प्रणाम शास्त्री जी। आप अपने आप अनम्यूट कर सकते हैं शास्त्री जी।
प्रणाम शास्त्री जी।
शास्त्री जी pranam.
Namaskar ji.
Okay. Thanks for joining. Hopefully you got the link.
Definitely yes.
Thank you.
I do my humble pranams to all the Samaj of BSNS.
Thank you.
With a lot of Gayatri Mataji's blessings.
Shastri ji, I think we'll just wait for a few minutes for people to join. So maybe I think we'll start at 11 o'clock if it's okay with you.
No problem.
Okay,
I can be here. No problem.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Shastri ji is our actually Tri-Temple head priest. He has been there for like 20 years almost, right?
38 years.
38 years. Okay, all right.
30. That's what I got to know today. Yeah.
Till 1986.
He graces our all our BSNA function, and हमारे Vijay Sahur ji, he is the temple president now actually.
Abhi Vijay Sahur ji is president.
Yeah, so he's Vijay Sahur ji actually is a very active BSNA member too.
Very dedicated, very devotional, very selfless service oriented Vijay Sahur ji. In his guidance,
हम लोग इस टेंपल में गए थे, आप कहाँ जब गए थे तो?
हाँ, उसी same temple में.
Same temple,
भारतीय टेंपल जी.
2017 में जो कॉन्फ्रेंस हुआ था.
I am working there.
Yeah. 2017 में जो कॉन्फ्रेंस हुआ था उसमें अरुण पांड्या जी थे. So he
right.
Yeah.
I came to that convention here in downtown area last time.
हाँ, नितिन पुरोहित जी बुलाया था.
Right. And I came and I did the pujas and everything at the time.
Yeah.
Very nice. I'm very happy and blessed to meet all you Pandits and Maharajas. Very knowledgeable, very highly qualified, very divine and very intellectual.
अजय जी ना हो तो एक ईमेल मैसेज भेज दीजिए. रिमाइंडर.
कैसो जी?
एक रिमाइंडर भेज दे कि BSNA वाला टाइम हो तो थोड़ा.
हाँ, इस पे एक्चुअली आज सुबह में सबको जितने लोग रजिस्टर किए थे सबको गया है फिर इससे ईमेल. तो अभी तक काफी हो गया है लोग. 200 more than 200 people have registered. So Anurag ji.
जी.
Can you make like the view stuff as जो you can highlight people, right? Spotlight stuff में.
Let me just do that.
If you click on the 3 dots, I think you can highlight and
So ये शायद आपका हो गया अभी.
Yeah.
अभी हटा दिया आपका.
Yeah, so make sure जो लोग बोल रहा है उसी का रहे उसमें हाईलाइट में.
हाँ, जैसे अभी शास्त्री जी का जैसे हो गया अभी. गुड मॉर्निंग. नमस्ते विजय जी.
नमस्ते जी.
नमस्कार जी.
शास्त्री जी.
नमस्ते. आयुष्मान भव.
थैंक यू. Namaste, Shivani ji.
Namaste.
How are you feeling?
Namaste, Shivani ji.
Namaste, Pranam, Shastri ji.
Pranam, pranam. Very nice to see all of you.
Shivani ji, namaste.
Namaste, namaste.
Good morning, Alka ji. Namaste.
Namaste. Namaskar, everyone.
Namaskar, namaskar ji, namaskar ji.
Jai Shri Krishna, everyone. Good morning.
Jai Shri Krishna, namaskar.
Anurag ji.
हाँ जी.
Actually, you are the host now.
Okay. I'm the host now. Okay. So मैंने विजय मिश्रा जी को भी ऐड कर दिया अभी.
Okay, perfect. Ragji, Rishabh was playing with doing a survey stuff. Did he figure that one out?
Let me check with him. Yeah, I'll check with him after we start. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so the official time is 11 o'clock, right? So
Yeah.
I think, yeah, well, a lot of people will join.
We'll start in a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
Shall we get started?
Yeah, I think it's 11 o'clock. So yeah, I think it's a good idea. I think people will join as but yeah, I think we should get started. Shastri ji has a busy day today, right? Temple, we have a lot of activities today, Sunday. So
Right,
Shastri ji
right.
might have to go, and so yeah, we should get started, Anurag ji.
हाँ जी. Yeah.
Anurag ji,
Thank you.
I sent you a message. Did you get it?
Just now?
Yes, just now on the Zoom chat. Zoom chat.
Oh, so let me see the Zoom chat. I was not looking at the Zoom chat.
Namaskar, everybody. This is Batosh. I'm sorry, I'm very late. Anuragji, now you're co-host. I made you co-host also.
Okay. Yeah, so thank you. And if you can make Alka ji also, that'll be good. Yeah, thank you.
Bhatuji, we have started the YouTube already.
Yeah, I can see that. I think only the we need to start recording. Actually, recording is not start, but I can see YouTube is on. So it should.
Let's start the recording. So
Yeah.
and with that, Anuragji, I think we can start the program.
Yeah, I'm starting it now. Okay.
हाँ जी नमस्कार सभी को प्रणाम सभी बड़ों को सादर नमन उनके चरणों में नमन मेरा नाम अनुराग दुबे है आई लिव इन ट्रॉय विद माय वाइफ एंड सन and I want to thank BSNA for involving me in this great organization and giving me opportunity to contribute. And I want to welcome all of you on the third day of 27th annual convention of BSNA and 12th annual convention of GBC. The last 2 days have been full of learning and a lot of fun. We had Kavi Sammelan on Friday, many inspirational talks, which linked how science, which has been known for ages to our rishis and how that is getting discovered. And we learned a lot and also enjoyed a lot of performance, dances, singing and everything. We'll continue that today as well. Theme for our convention this year is relevance of Sanatanic and Brahmanic values in modern era. And that is very important as humans, we learn and pass on those learning to our children as well. We'll start our program with Mangala Charan, which will be performed by Shastriji. Let me do a quick introduction of Shastriji. And I got to learn, I know Shastriji for a long time now, but I got to learn many things today because I was looking at his profile. And Shastriji has been Purohit and head of priest in Bharatiya Temple since 1986. Wow. He holds a Bhasha Pravayana degree in Sanskrit, Telugu, and POL. He studied Veda, Agamas, and Shastras in traditional Gurukul style. His friend, philosopher, and his pillar to our society in Troy and Detroit area. He has performed installation ceremonies of Murtis in November 1983 in our temple, and also he has done for many other temples in US, Canada, and Europe as well. And he has been helping families with agnas, habnas, weddings across United States and Canada. He initiated into Sri Vidya by the Adi Shankaracharya order. He participated and rendered Hindu philosophy as panel member of the seminar Motivational Consequences of Divine Revelation at the World Parliament of Religious in Chicago in 1983. Shastriji resides in Bloomfield Hills with his wife and 2 daughters. One more very important thing, which we talk about Shastriji, we always talk about the way he tells us Satyanarayan Katha, very contextual. He'll bring the street and city and everything. So if you want your kids to connect to Satyanarayan Katha, so Shastri is the best. I've never heard like that. Thank you, Shastriji. Shastriji, आपका स्वागत है.
Thank you, धन्यवाद.
हाँ, over to you.
ओम श्री गुरुभ्यो नमः. हरि ओम. श्री महागणाधिपतये नमो नमः. ओम गणानां त्वा गणपतिगुं हवामहे कविं कवीनां उपमश्रवस्तमं ज्येष्ठराजं ब्रह्मणां ब्रह्मणस्पत आनशृण्वन्नोतिभिः सेदसादनं प्रणो देवी सरस्वती वाचेभिर्वाजनीवती तेनाम् अवित्र्यवतु. गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णु गुरुदेवो महेश्वरः गुरु साक्षात् परं ब्रह्म तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः. नमो ब्रह्मणे नमो अस्मग्नये नमः पृथिव्यै नमो ओषधेभ्यः नमो वाचे नमो वाचस्पतये नमो विष्णवे ब्रह्मणे बृहते करोमि ओम भूर्भुवस्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयातु भद्रं कर्णेभिः शृणुयाम देवाः भद्रं पश्येमाक्षभिर्यजत्राः स्थिरैरङ्गैः स्तुष्टुवागुंसस्तनूभिः व्यसेम देवहितं यदायुः स्वस्ति न इंद्रो वृद्धश्रवाः स्वस्ति न पूषा विश्ववेदाः स्वस्ति नस्तार्क्ष्यो अरिष्टनेमिः स्वस्ति नो बृहस्पतिर्ददातु या कुन्देन्दुतुषारहारधवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रान्विता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्करप्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापः स्वस्ति न ब्रह्मो वर्चस्वी भूयासं ब्राह्मण धर्म रक्षणेन सर्वधर्माणां रक्षयति ब्राह्मणो वै देवताः यो वै तां ब्रह्मणो वेद अमृतेनारुतां पुरीं तस्मै ब्रह्म च आयुः कीर्तिं प्रजां ददुः भागधेयेनैवैनं प्राणयति ब्राह्मण आरुषेय वृद्धरेतु ब्राह्मणो वै सर्वा देवताः सर्वाभिरेवैनं देवताभिरुद्धरति मातृदेवो भव पितृदेवो भव आचार्य देवो भव अतिथिदेवो भव यान्यनवद्यानि कर्माणि तानि त्वयोपास्यानि सत्यं वद धर्मं चर स्वाध्यायान् मा प्रमदः आचार्याय प्रियं धनमाहृत्य प्रजातं मा व्यवत्सेत्सीः श्रद्धया देयम् अश्रद्धया अदेयम् श्रिया देयम् क्रिया देयम् भिया देयम् संविदा देयम् अथ यदि ते कर्म विचिकित्सा वा उपनिषदः व्याख्यास्यामः ओम अग्निमीले पुरोहितं यज्ञस्य देवमृत्विजं होतारं रत्नधातमं ऋग्वेदाय नमः ईशेत्वोर्जेत्वोर्जेत्वा वायवस्तोपायवस्सदेवो वः प्राप्यतु श्रेष्ठतमाय आयागुंसि यजुर्वेददेवताभ्यो नमः ओम अग्न आयाघिवीतये गुणानोहं यधातये निहोता बर्हिषत्सु सामवेद देवताभ्यो नमः ओम शन्नो देवीरभिष्टयः आपो भवन्तु पीतये शन्योरभिश्रुवन्तु नः अथर्वण वेद देवताभ्यो नमो नमः ओम शान्तिः पृथिवी शान्तिः आं साग्निना शान्तिः वायु शान्तिः सूर्य शान्तिः चन्द्रमा शान्तिः नक्षत्राणि शान्तिः विश्वे देवा शान्तिः सर्वगुण शान्तिः लोक शान्तिः शान्तिरेव शान्तिर्मे अस्तु शान्तिः या देवी सर्वभूतेषु मातृरूपेण संस्थिता नमस्तस्यै 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 नमो नमः श्रुतिस्मृति पुराणानाम् आलयं करुणालयं नमामि भगवत्पाद शंकरं लोकशंकरं सर्ववेदांत सिद्धांत गोचरं तमगोचरं गोविंदं परमानंदं सद्गुरुं प्रणतोऽस्म्यहम् ओम नमो भगवते रुद्राय ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय ओम नमो भगवते हिरण्यगर्भाय नमः हिरण्यगर्भस्समवर्तताग्रे भूतस्य जातः पतिरेक आसीत् तदाधारा पृथिवीं द्यामुते मां कस्मै देवाय हविषा विधेम तन्मे मनस्य वसंकल्पमस्तु ओम पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते सहना भवतु सहनौ भुनक्तु सह वीर्यं करवावहै तेजस्विनावधीतमस्तु मा विद्विषावहै ओम शांति शांति शांतिः सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः सर्वे सन्तु निरामयाः सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत् Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Dharmasya jayostu, adharmasya nashostu, pranishu sadbhavanastu, vishvasya kalyanamastu, lokas samastaha sukhino bhavantu, brahmana dharma rakshanam karotu. Om yam brahma varunendra rudra marutaha stunvanti divyaistavaihi vedai sanga padakramopanishadaihi gayanti yam samagaha Yana vastita tadgatena manasa pasyanti yam yogino yasyantam navidusura suraganaha devaya tasmai namaha. Namaskar. May our Veda Mata, Gayatri Mata, Saraswati Mata, Savitri Mata, and our forefathers and ancestors of our richest Vedic culture bless us, guide us, and lead us and our children in the path of righteousness and auspiciousness and devotion and dedication. Dhanyavad. I thank our entire committee of the BSNA for giving me this opportunity. May the Supreme Almighty God bless us all with enlightenment and with the Dharma Marga Acharan. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Dhanyavad to everybody. Pranams to everybody.
Thank you. धन्यवाद शास्त्री जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आज का हमारा प्रोग्राम हमारे साथ हमारे बसना चैप्टर के प्रेसिडेंट श्री विजय जी को होस्ट करेंगे और गाइड करेंगे। मैं उन्हें इनवाइट करना चाहूंगा कि वो कुछ शब्द कहें। विजय जी।
I can leave, right? Anurag, I can go, right?
हाँ, अजय जी आप कुछ कहना चाहेंगे?
Yeah, no, I think I just wanted to thank Shastri ji for coming here and very nice Mangalacharan. We are looking forward to your Ashirwad for this convention and thank you again.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I will leave and I will take leave from all of you.
Thank you. धन्यवाद शास्त्री जी।
धन्यवाद।
हाँ जी विजय जी।
Is he mute?
Yeah, let me unmute. Try to unmute.
Vijay ji, looks like you're mute. So you might.
ठीक है फिर
Sorry, I moved away for a minute. You're saying something? I'm sorry.
हाँ विजय जी, तो मैंने आपसे आप हमें को होस्ट करेंगे आज टुडे, तो आप कुछ शब्द कहें
शास्त्री जी के लिए।
नहीं, प्रोग्राम के लिए।
हाँ, प्रोग्राम अभी हम लोग भजन शुरू करेंगे शायद, इसके बाद शायद हम लोग शिवानी जी का, राइट?
हाँ जी, हाँ जी,
हाँ जी, शिवानी जी का वो अगर आपके पास रिकॉर्डिंग है तो आपसे रिक्वेस्ट है कि आप वो प्ले करें।
हाँ जी, हाँ। थैंक यू विजय जी। अब मैं अजय जी आपको रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि आप शिवानी जी का इंट्रोडक्शन दें।
Great, thank you. Can you also highlight Shivani ji's picture, please?
हाँ जी।
Yeah. Okay. Namaste, everyone. My name is Ajay Pandey. I'm the president of BSNA for next 3 years. I'm here to introduce Shivani Joshi. And Shivani Joshi, I came to know about her recently. She is a professional dancer, singer, and she has a great resume. So bear with me. And I want to go through this, her all the achievement here. And came to actually watch her performance here in Bharatiya Trial Temple a couple of weeks back, and it was mesmerizing. I was stuck for like 1 hour. It was I couldn't think of. It's like very spiritual and very good. So Shivani Joshi is a Portland-based performer and educator. Throughout her childhood, she studied classical music, dance, and dance with local teacher. She completed the Hindustani vocal music bachelor's diploma under the tutelage of her mother, Dr. Nisha Joshi. She also studied Bharatnatyam, and she finished her Arangitram under the tutelage of Ms. Shivangi Venka. After graduating from University of Oregon with a bachelor's degree in psychology, she received a scholarship from Government of India, ICCR, to study at the reputed National Institute of Kathak Dance, New Delhi. She earned an honors diploma under the tutelage of Pandit Rajendra Kumar Gangani, Doyen of Jaipur Gharana Kathak. Shivani ji also received her master's degree in Kathak dance and Hindustani vocal music at Guru Nanak Dev University, Punjab, India. She has studied classical and light music from Ms. Kamal Rani and Mr. Sukhdev Sagar of Jalandhar, Punjab. She sings khayal, bhajan, ghazal, and folk songs, and plays the harmonium and pakhwaz instruments. She has not only performed at various dance festivals in India, she has done performance in Kathak Mahotsav in Delhi, which was choreographed by Pandit Rajendra Gagrani, Mahendra Kumbh Sangeet Samaroh in Udaipur, and she has also appeared in Times of India Navratri Utsav in Chennai. She sings many khayal she performed at many khayal performances. Let's see. And Shivani ji has also given several solo vocal and dance concerts in India and US. She has a website, www.shivanijoshi.com, and you can go to that website and watch her performance. She has a really nice resume and list of performances she has done. I'm really honored to introduce her here, and I want to welcome her for the performance today. She is going to have several versions. She was supposed to do live, but something came up, so she has sent this latest. She did recording Friday, I think, and she's accompanied by Bhaskar Ganguly on tabla, and Ronnie Day is on keyboard. Ronnie Roy on keyboard. Sorry. So before we start, Shivani ji, do you want to say something?
Yes. Namaste, everyone. I want to thank Ajay Uncle for inviting me to be a part of this convention. I feel honored to be a part of the community, to share my art and my passion with you all. And it's not just my passion, but also a part of our culture and heritage that I'm trying to preserve and promote here in the US to the new generation and to the American population. So I am very thankful that Ajay ji came to my program in Troy and subsequently invited me to share my work here. Yes, I did create a recording specifically for this event on Friday due to the availability of musicians, because without a tabla player and accompaniment, the full mood of everything can't be fully justified. So I thought it'd be best to give the best presentation for you all. So the recording seemed like the best way. Also, with the sound quality, I felt that that would have been the best way to share it with you all. I want to just describe a few of the bhajans that I'll be singing. The first bhajan is a Ganesh bhajan. We always remember Lord Ganesha before starting any auspicious event. And so I wanted to start off the bhajans with Lord Ganesha. Then the next two bhajans after that are, for me, very dear bhajans. Mirabai is a very well-known and important figure in the Bhakti era and in the literature of that time. And her bhajans that she wrote, they are not just about Krishna, which she was a devotee of, but also about spirituality, hope, reaching salvation, and that the joy of all of that. So I wanted to share two of my favorite bhajans by Mirabai. And the first one, it's a Guru bhajan. And the second one is a very special Mira bhajan. So even more special, because in this bhajan, Mirabai is asking the local priest, the Jyotishi, that when she will meet, when will she meet Krishna? When will she meet God? Which is not just a selfish thing of, oh, I want to meet this person, I'm curious, but more of a when will I be left, when will I leave this world and move on to the next? So there's a kind of a double meaning within that bhajan. It is also very dear to me because the main line she's saying, Ramji Milan Kad Hosi Re Mahara Juna Joshi. And Joshi is Jyotishi, and my surname is also Joshi. So in the sense, this also is very special to me because it feels like I am also part of this song. So this is just a description of my bhajans, and just to give some context, and I'll let the video recording speak for itself. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sivaniji. Let me start the video.
वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभा निर्विघ्न कुरु।
Let me just change, do little technical correction. Let's see if that works better.
I will try to share if there's any problem, Anuragji.
Let's just give it 5 seconds more. Can you hear it now?
No,
Yeah.
no audio. Oh, no.
वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभा निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा
Let me try.
Yes.
हे गजवदना गौरी नंद
Bhaktaji, you have a copy? Or shall I try again? I had downloaded it.
Anurag ji, I think Shivani ji probably has a copy. Can is it possible you can play, Shivani ji?
Bhataji, are you there?
Shivani ji, presenter.
I'm here, but if you can send me the link or something.
It's on the July 30th folder.
Let me see that. Okay, just give me 1 second.
For some reason I'm not able to share directly. It's asking me to log in.
Okay, let me try sharing it. Let me share it.
वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभा सर्वकारेषु सर्वदा सर्वकारेषु सर्वदा हे गजवदना गौरी नंदन हे गजवदना गौरी नंदन हे गजवदना गौरी नंदन रक्षा करो सबकी रक्षा करो सबकी मंगलमय हो जीवन सारा मंगलमय हो जीवन सारा धारा बहे सुख की हे गजवदना गौरी नंदन हे गजवदना गौरी नंदन रिद्धि सिद्धि के दाता तुम ही चेतना, तुम ही प्रेरणा, तुम ही चेतना, आस है दर्शन की, आस है दर्शन की, मंगलमय हो जीवन सारा, मंगलमय हो जीवन सारा, धारा बहे सुख की, हे गजवदना गौरी नंदन, हे गजवदना गौरी नंदन, हे गजवदना गौरी नंदन, गौरी नंदन, गौरी नंदन। गुरु जी को करिए वंदना, भाव से बारंबार, भाव से बारंबार, नाम सुनो का से किया, जिसने भव से पार, जिसने भव से पार, मोहे लागी लगन गुरु चरणन की, मोहे लागी लगन गुरु चरणन की, चरणन की गुरु चरणन की, चरणन की गुरु चरणन की, लागी लगन गुरु चरणन की, मोहे लागी लगन गुरु चरणन की। लागी लगन गुरु चरणन की मोहे लागी लगन गुरु चरणन की भव सागर सब सुख गया है 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 फिक्र नहीं मोहे फिक्र नहीं मोहे तरनन की लागी लगन गुरु चरणन की मोहे लागी लगन गुरु चरणन की हरि जी मिलन कद होसी ओ राम जी मिलन कद होसी मारा जुना जोसी हरि जी मिलन कद होसी ओ राम जी मिलन कद होसी मारा जुना जोसी हरि जी मिलन कद होसी ओ कृष्ण मिलन कद होसी आओ म्हारा जोशी जी बैठो म्हारे आंगनिए आओ म्हारा जोशी जी बैठो म्हारे आंगनिए बैठो म्हारे आंगनिए बैठो म्हारे आंगनिए आओ म्हारा जोशी जी बैठो म्हारे आंगनिए बाच सुनाओ भानी पोथी रे म्हारा जुना जोशी खोले सुनाओ भानी पोथी रे म्हारा जुना जोशी जुना जोशी राम मिल आई सुख होसी रे मारा जुना जोशी कृष्ण मिल आई सुख होसी रे मारा जुना जोशी हरि जी मिलन कद होसी ओ राम जी मिलन कद होसी रे मारा जुना जोशी हरि जी मिलन कद होसी ओ राम जी मिलन कद होसी रे मारा जुना जोशी हरि जी मिलन कद होसी ओ कृष्ण मिलन कद होसी ओ राम जी मिलन कद
Thank you, Shivani ji. What a wonderful performance.
Thank you so much for having me be a part of this. And again, reiterating myself, I'm happy to be a part of this and share my my art and part of our culture with you all. So thank you.
Yes, Shivani ji, thank you very much. Really, this is mesmerizing. Very, very nice performance. And it's amazing. Thanks for willingness to come here. And thanks for all your hard work. Please convey our thanks to your Bhaskar Ganguly ji on tabla and Ronnie Ray on keyboard.
Absolutely.
It has been a pleasure to have you here. Thank you.
Thank you. Namaste.
Okay, namaste. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. So अब प्रोग्राम में आगे बढ़ते हैं. अब अगला प्रोग्राम है एक patriotic song, and I will invite Vijay Mishra ji to introduce Isha.
First of all, thank you, Shivani ji, for blessing us with your bhajans. It was so mesmerizing. I feel bad that I missed the opportunity at Bharati Temple here when you were here. Thank you so much for your bhajans on BSNA convention. Now moving forward, I would like to invite Isha Tiwari's patriotic song. It's a recording. Isha Tiwari is a daughter of our own BSNA members, very dedicated ones, Rajiv Tiwari and Archana Tiwari. Isha has been singing for almost 8 years now, and she can also write and compose. She is very talented. Apart from singing, she does voice-over for OTT and TV shows, and she has her own YouTube channel. She has won several awards for American Guild of Music and in classical and pop. So let's watch her recording.
Yeah, thank you, Vijay ji.
ओ रांझन वे तेरी सांसों पे दोरा वतन का भी हक था, ना देख मुझे यूं मुड़ मुड़ के, तेरा मेरा साथ यहीं तक था। ये तेरी ज़मीं तेरे खून से ही तो सजत संवरती है रांझे, तेरे इश्क की मैं हकदार नहीं, तेरे हीरे तो धरती है रांझे। तेरी मिट्टी में मिल जावा, गुल भंगे में खिल जावा, इतनी सी है दिल की आरज़ू। तेरी नदियों में बह जावा, तेरे खेतों में लहरावा, इतनी सी है दिल की आरज़ू। मेरी ज़मीं अफसोस नहीं, जो तेरे लिए सो दर्द सही, फुरफूस रहे तेरी आन सिवा, चाहे जान मेरी या रहे न रहे। मेरी ज़मीं महबूब में भी, मेरी नस नस में तेरे इश्क बहे, फीका न पड़े कभी रंग तेरा, जिस्मों से निकल के खून कहे। तेरी मिट्टी में फूल बनके में, इतनी सी है दिल की आरज़ू। तेरी नदियों में भेजावा, तेरे खेतों में लहरावा, इतनी सी है दिल की आरज़ू। Thank you.
Awesome, Isha. Very nice, lovely. Such a patriotic song. Beautiful, lovely voice. Very talented. Thank you. Anurag.
Thank you. हाँ जी, so ईसा आपकी वॉइस बहुत मधुर है, and thank you, very nice. God bless you all the time. And as we move on, as we see our Sanatanic value and Brahmanic values, you know, the way kind of we do it, we started today by worshipping Brahmanda. They kind of worship the god and prayed the god. Now Bhumi and our nation, and now we'll move on to one more beautiful performance by Rudransh. I would like to invite Shivji to introduce Rudransh. Let me unmute Shivji. Shivji, if you can unmute and introduce.
I don't see him.
I see Shiv Chaturvedi.
Yep. I think
No.
Shiv
Pathak,
Shiv Pathak is not here, looks like.
Okay.
Just play.
So we can just play his video.
So Rudransh ji is son of Shiv Pathak ji. He's going to play Vande Mataram.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Vijay ji. Wonderful. Very nice, रुद्रांश जी, बहुत अच्छा आपने बजाया, धन्यवाद. God bless you. Now moving on, we have a talk by Shiv Chaturvedi ji. Sorry, earlier I just messed up. Sorry for that. Now let's invite Sanjay ji.
Anurag ji, we have another recording of Rudransh ji, Jan Gan Man.
I do not see that in my list.
It's in the folder.
You have with you? Can you open that?
It's there. I saw that in your folder. It is there.
Oh, is it? Let me see. No, I downloaded only one. You have, if you can play, Vijay ji.
Yeah, I'm having problems sharing. That's why I can try.
Let me kind of make you presenter.
At least. Can you see?
Yes.
No. Huh? Yeah. इसके बाद डॉक्टर चतुर्वेदी का है, and then yeah. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. ठीक है. Right. I was looking.
Wow, so nice, Rudransh. It's feels so good. All these children playing, singing patriotic songs. It tells how much they are still connected, to India. And hats off to their parents. Thank you so much, Shri Pathak ji, Rudransh ji, for sharing that. Anurag ji.
Yeah, thank you. Now I would like to invite Sanjay ji to introduce Shiv ji for the next talk. Sanjay ji.
हाँ, नमस्ते सभी को मेरा प्रणाम. So it's my honor to introduce Dr. Shiv Chaturvedi ji. Many of you know him from COVID time, who has spent his lot of time educating us about Bhagavad Gita and other scriptures, and every month almost. Thank you, Bhaiya Chaturvedi ji. So Dr. Chaturvedi ji is a professor emeritus at the Ohio State University in the Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering and the Geodetic Engineering, and also adjunct graduate faculty in biomedical engineering. He has received his PhD in mechanical engineering from IIT Kanpur, a very prestigious one of those IITs, earlier one established in India. In addition to his academic achievements, Dr. Chaturvedi ji has given more than 150 lectures, publications at national, international conferences, webinars, presentations, and discourses at colleges, institutions, and universities, hospitals, churches, and synagogues, Hindu temples and campus centers, private gatherings. You can see his involvement in all these societal causes. The topics includes but not limited to the Veda, Yoga, Dharma, Vedanta, Samkhya, Darshan, Shastra, Upanishads, Ramayana and Mahabharata, and Bhagavatam, Natya Sangeet, Kavya Shastra, etc. On Jain tradition, Sikh tradition, Buddhist tradition, also he is well versed. He is a writer of Geets, poems and essay in Hindi. Dr. Chaturvedi ji is a Katha-Vachak in Hindi, Ramayana, Bhagavatam, Mahabharata, and many more scriptures. Please welcome Dr. Shiv Chaturvedi ji to give a lecture on the powerful relevance of Sanatana Dharmic foundation of decision-making metrics for success or failure in the personal and professional life, a critical chintan. And I think it also jives with our theme of the convention. Thank you, Bhaiya, for coming. Namaste.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjay Pandey, for over-generous introduction. You're so kind, BSNA. I will express my deep gratitude to all of you. And our Bade Bhai Pathak ji is also sitting here. My pranam to everyone. Let me start, and please keep monitoring the time. I have 30 minutes time, and I will try to restrict. I may go 5 minutes overboard, so I will let you know. But my let me start with invocation, which I do every time. Om Sri Gurubhyo Namo Namaha. Om Sri Gareshaya Namo Namaha. Om Sri Ved Purushaya Namo Namaha. Om Sri Vak Devyai Namo Namaha. Om Sri Saraswatyai Namo Namaha. Om Angirasaya Namo Namaha. Om Kapilaya Namo Namaha. Om Gargaya Namo Namaha. Om Vedavyasaya Namo Namaha. Om Dharmaya Namo Namaha. Om Samasta Matra Sakyai Namo Namaha. Om Sri Radha Krishnabhyam Namo Namaha. Now, my humble namaskar to this distinguished audience. I bow down to every one of you with my folded hands. Can I share the screen, please? Yes, please let me know when you are ready.
So what
स्क्रीन ट्राई करिए, शेयर आपको देखिए मिल कर सकते हैं कि नहीं, इनेबल्ड है?
So Chaturvedi ji, you can share the screen, apna, if you want.
Okay. Let me click here.
Yeah, we can see it now.
You can see it now?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Let me put in the slide mode. Let's see, the topic today is the powerful relevance of our Vedic wisdom tradition, and especially I picked up the decision-making matrix for success and failure. So the great questions that we must address to: how can one make a model of the field of decision-making through mind, speech, and action to achieve the success with a minimal uncertainty. Is such a model available in the field of Sanatana Dharma? Can this model guide us in the personal professional life? Is this model has universal value and relevance with changing circumstances and times? These are the 4 questions that I'm going to ponder upon to address those questions and try to answer those questions in this very brief presentation. The first answer is yes, Sanatana Dharmic field does have such a doctrine, providing the powerful and most relevant answers. So let us begin our journey. And journey starts from the Bhagavad Gita and will be staying within the field of Bhagavad Gita. 247, the Karma Yoga. Karmanli vadhikaraste ma phale sukadachan ma karam phale hetur bhuma te sangostu karmani. I will focus on the first first line of this sloka, Karmanli vadhikaraste ma phale sukadachan. You have the right to engage only in karma duties and never at all to its fruits. Do not be motivated by fruits of action, nor have any attachment to inaction. This is the complete traditional translation in the language called the English language, which is of course a very lousy language. I cannot express all the deeper aspect of the Vedic wisdom through this language on one-to-one technical terms. So now the first line of this sloka, one of the most misinterpreted and misunderstood fundamental idea. It goes like this: I have a right to perform action, to take action, but I don't have to worry about the fruits of this action. This is the traditional, understanding. And if you look back to for last several hundred years of the interpretation, this first line, I will say most of the interpretations are defective. And I'm not going to talk about this in this sloka. There are 4 apparent contradictions. But let's move on this. You have the right to engage only in karma, adhikar. Now, which is very interesting. The word adhikar is the clue. Adhikar means right with full certainty. That full certainty is hidden behind the adhikar. Adhikar to karma action cannot be in general correlated with adhikar of expected desired results. The problem is with full certainty, 100% certainty, the karma and karma phal cannot be correlated. You don't have 100% certainty. That's the clue. There is the inherent uncertainty of various degrees and kind. Unknowability and lack of required understanding. These are the 2 powerful multidimensional factors that will decide whether you have a full certainty or you do not have full certainty. One-to-one correlation between action and result cannot be guaranteed. Holding such a right can be very detrimental, dangerous to physical and mental well-being. It does not mean that you should not engage in actions. Satkarma, you cannot engage. Yeah, you must engage in action and try to optimize conditions, multidimensional conditions to get a success. But don't get attached to this notion that I must have full certainty. I must get the desired results. That is the clue here. What is adhikar and adhikari? Dharma, duty, right, entitlement, better defined and categorized in legal and political fields, based on the qualifications, based on the field of desires. This right term is very well defined and debated out at the basic rights of humanity. Whether you're talking about fundamental rights in Indian Constitution or you're talking about fundamental right in other constitutions. That's the right. To have, let me give you some tricky examples. How this idea of right or adhikar embodies the uncertainty. Do I have right to learn about the principles of surgery by my own self, Swadhyaya Yoga? Yes, I do have right to learn anything I want to. But do I have a right to do internal surgery on humans? Yes or no? If I have not trained myself, if I did not get the appropriate training, I do not have a right to do surgery. That right is gone. But if I am properly trained with the surgical procedures, then I can claim I have a right to do the surgery. Do I have a right to get 100% surgery in all the time? The answer, according to the contemporary experiences, no. You will get success by controlling several factors, but it's not necessarily 100% guaranteed. And you can look in the annals of modern surgical procedures and their success and failure, which are available in different hospital records in this and that, and you will find out lots of surgical procedures done by even experts go failure. Do I have a right to kill another person? This is another paradox. This particular question itself is ill-defined. I can say yes as well as no. Under usual circumstances, I don't have right to kill anybody. So I will say, no, I don't have right. But if I'm fighting in a war as a troop, I have every right, 100% right to kill the Satru. So this is very important, embedded in the kind of questions we ask, the kind of language we use. We can have yes, no, we can have neither yes nor no. There are several variations are available. And this is the whole Mimamsa, Nyaya Mimamsa, and all those Tarka Shastra. These have been discussed at length. Even some modern foundation logical tradition also discuss some of these ideas. Field of politics, we have legal rights of equal opportunities. This is called liberal democracy. Legal rights of equal opportunity and equal results. This is the hardcore leftist and communistic ideology. It is unscientific, leading to total failure. The Vedic wisdom tradition does not allow that kind of a legal right. Equal opportunity is allowed, fully allowed. Equal results cannot be enforced upon as legal rights. So what is, how do I answer the very first line, Karmande vadikaraste ma phalesu kadacha? Bhagavad Gita, from within the Bhagavad Gita, this is the explanation. And this explanation has not been connected to that first line of 247, unfortunately. Throughout the interpretation, you look at many interpretations, Allah, thousands here were many saints, sages, and all there, they have not been able to answer that question because they have ignored the chapter 1813, starting 1813. Very, very categorical, forcefully said, "O mighty Arjun, understand from me, these are the 5 factors, causes for the success of all actions, as proclaimed the Sankhya at the end of Kritayuja. Sankhe Kritante Proktani Siddhi." What are those 5 factors? Adhishtanam tatha karta karnam cha vidagvidha vividascha pratak chesta daivam chaivatra panchama. There are 5 factors, 5, and these factors are multi-dimensional factors, not single dimensional, multi-dimensional factor. Adhishtanam means ground and purpose of actions, qualification of adhikarita. Do I have adhikar? Do I have a right to, for example, do I have a right to, stop the traffic? I'm an ordinary person. Do I have a right to stop the traffic? No, I don't. Those who have rights, they can stop the traffic. Doer, performer, what we perform, all the actions are performed through our antahakaran. That's the agency. What is the antahakaran? Man, chitta, buddhi, ahankar. My karmendriya and gyanendriya. And behind this whole field of actions and factors, there is another karta called the Atma, which is a part and parcel of Paramatma. And each of these fields I call Chetra. Chit, Man, Buddhi, Ahankar. They have 3 major branches, or the what you call the 3 fields, Chetra, within each of those. Sattvic, Rajas, Tamas. I will not define each of these because whatever is being defined here briefly requires several lectures. Then Karnam, Indriyas, means, agencies, organizations, instrument, tool of various sorts. Various kinds of actions, even if I have tools, what action strategy we are going to see to make use of tools effectively. And the 5th one is Devam. Past karma, sanskar, time, fate, destiny, unknown force and events, divine intervention, etc. That are ones that are beyond one's control. That's very important. Beyond one's control. Keep that in mind, my dear listener. And this is the 1815, which says, oh my goodness, whatever action a man undertakes with his body, speech, and mind, whether right or wrong, these are the 5 causes. They're the bold 5 causes. Devam is a factor beyond a control duty, process of uncertainty. 4 factors, adhisthanam, karta, various means, tools, strategies, and all those can be controlled to some extent. But there will always remain uncertainty. So need for knowledge and wisdom, these all factors for success or failure come into play. And each of these are kshetras with varying degrees of uncertainty. If we can control the means, for achieving success. If we control the karta, it means the qualifications and dedication, motivation, commitment of the karta. And if we can control the strategy depending upon the conditions given to us at a particular time, even if those are perfectly harmonized, if Devam is not favorable, there will be no success. Even if other extreme case, even all these other 4 factors are not favorable at the time where you are taking action, Devam becomes the most important factor to influence the outcome. You will have success or you have failure. These are the 5 factors. Now let's look at each of these factors have some kind of uncertainty. Many times the majority of Hindus are trapped in what this thought. We're trying to prove everything has to be scientifically 100% certain, modern scientifically. We have a Gyan which does contain the contemporary scientific paradigms, but we fail to bring those out collectively, individually for last 1,000 years. Let's some critical thoughts on field of uncertainty and limitations. Our delusion about sciences that we have to be careful about. And this particularly Brahman Samaj has to be very aware of, not only to embody these ideas within ourselves, but also let others know, teach others the limitations and delusions that we are being deluded blindly. Mathematics is called the queen of all sciences. One of the greatest mathematician, Maurice Klein, who died late 80s. He was professor at, and he said, he has published the book. For 2,000 years, mathematicians believed that they were highly successful in uncovering mathematical design of nature. But now they were obliged to recognize that mathematical laws were not truths. Recognizing the fact, the blind trust can, even in mathematics, the pure science supposed to be, can lead to false ideologies and even destruction. I can go on the limitations of mathematics, but I will not go further than that. Making decisions in the business world. Many of us are professionals participating in the business world. And we are very much familiar with the decision-making process in the business world, which is multidimensional. And in this business world, again, you have those 5 very, very significant, important factors. They can be further classified in each of those modules, can be further classified and categorized and discussed about it. But in sum, those are the 5 factors which are still applicable, will remain applicable. In the decision world, many companies take birth, sustain for some time, and they die out. Many of the newer companies, for example, thousands of our come up, starts up with all factors come into play as best as they can, but they also fail. Here is a very leading professor from Wharton School making decisions. We cannot always guarantee positive outcomes. Many factors that affect these outcomes are out of control. This awareness, however, ensures that we follow a coherent and conscious process that leads to better decisions. So this is adhika karmanle vadikaraste ma phalesu kadachan. No matter how careful we are, how much wisdom we have in all these 4 factors, but still there is a degree of uncertainty and decision may not be successful. My dear, uncertainty in the field of physics. It appears that the elementary particle levels and leads to the powerful idea of probability. And this becomes powerful idea in terms of fundamental paradoxes that appear in the foundation of the quantum physics. It's still not resolved. It still cannot resolve to convince all the key physicists around the world, and they have called quantum logic. This gave rise, the quantum physics, quantum mechanics gave rise to called quantum logic. And actually the quantum logic is one of the foundations of the Vedic thermal tradition and goes back to Rig Veda. I don't have time to elaborate on this. Sometime in future, if you give me time, I will explicitly say the fundamental differences between linear logic starting from the Aristotle, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, which is a computer logic, but it's a non-linear context-dependent logic, which is called the quantum logic. Other areas, all decision models in complex situations may have to invoke probability measures, game theoretical models. The probability, game theory, all these ideas have developed to deal with uncertainty, to minimize the uncertainty. And the game dice in Mahabharata, the famous one of the central themes in Mahabharata. Oh, it's just beautiful, wonderful. Making decision all walks of life, personal, family, social, physical, moral, educational, professional, suffering, healing, health, critical times as birth and death, financial markets, political freedom, happiness, national level, international level, at times of conflict and war. Look at what is going on international level, geopolitical situation. You will come to know, oh my goodness, there is a lot of uncertainty. Karumal, you can try to make the best decision, but results cannot be guaranteed what you desire from to begin with. In your personal freedom, in your personal life, you can see how it works out and what the uncertainties are involved. Where I can succeed 100%, where I cannot succeed 100%. If you simply believe, yes, I can succeed 100%, you will be inviting a trap of suffering and misery because you are attached too much to the field, to the what you call the field of fruits. Even you will find out in this Brahman convention, you have scheduled everything based on the information that you have, the very best you have. Still, we are not running in time. Still, we have in and out. Somebody is not there. You have to make so many changes. It is a part of the world process. Devam, again to introduce to you Kala Chakra, past karma sanskar, time, fate, destiny, unknown forces, event, divine intervention that are beyond one's control. Dev is our inseparable companion, eternal and universal. From the very foundation of the cosmos, or the Srishti, embeds in itself concept of Devam, the karmic Gyan, uncertainty, which is eternal, universal. Look at, you might say, how many minutes do I have, Dr. Pandey? Hello? Hello?
Yes, yeah, thank you for
world process under uncertainty and death. Rise in sustained decay and death of civilizations, of nations, societies, culture, ideologies throughout the history of human existence. Please remember the Kala Chakra, the great unknown force, the force of uncertainty, and that is universal. Let me give you, sometimes, you are asked the question, how when the Karma Siddhanta is so powerful, where does the death come from? Can Daiva come from? Well, and can you give me some example? I will give you some of the examples here. Go back to Rishi Valmiki Ramayana. Kekai episode, Rama's exile. Sri Ram pacifying Lakshman says it was only Daiva, Ayodhya Kand. The particular references are given so that you may not think that I'm just making it up. Sita castigating Ravana. It is only Dev letting you to abduct me, Sundarkand. Rama blaming himself for Sita abduction, but due to Dev, Kalacha, Yuddhakand. Sita's remorse of Ravana touching her during her abduction is not Sita's fault. Sita says, not my fault, nobody's else's fault, it's Dev's fault. Yuddhakand. Dev is our inseparable companion. So, in concluding thoughts, all factors are multidimensional, multivariable. These are all kshetras, field concept through which different concrete entities come out in changing times and circumstances. And each one of them have various degrees of uncertainty. You can control to some extent degree of uncertainty in many of these fields, but not in Daivam. Daivam really can be controlled by ultimate, the weapon that we have, Sarva Karman Pratyajya Mamekam Saranam Braja. Sarva Dharman Pratyajya Mamekam Saranam Braja. When Hey Arjun, सब कुछ परित्याग करके मेरी शरण में आ जाओ, सब कुछ जो है सारी अनसर्टेनिटी समाप्त हो जाएगी, सारी अनसर्टेनिटी समाप्त हो जाएगी. I don't want to take much of your time. Please note, each of the basic 4 fields can be expanded into subcategories. Do you have a better foundational model? Please let me know. I will try to learn myself and try to teach others if you have a better model than the 5-module model for success or failure of life. This is where the last factor or last link for success, last action for success. This is the mantra that we have to remember, where yatra yogi suraha krishno yatra partho dhanodhara tatra sri vijayor bhutir dhuva nitar matam. Where there is Krishna, the Lord of Yoga, Partha, the archer, there surely is fortune, victory, prosperity, wise conduct, I believe. That's the last Niti sloka from Bhagavad Gita. Nar Narayan have to be together. I am repeating this to this distinguished gathering of the Brahman Samaj. There have to be Nar Narayan together. Nar alone cannot make, and Narayan alone cannot make. In this age, Nar Narayan have to be together. We have to become Parth. If we want to save the Brahmanatva, we have to become Arjun, full of Jnana Yoga, Karma Yoga, and Bhakti Yoga. And we have to be guided by Bhagwan Krishna. So, Om Sahana Vavatu Savanau Bhunaktu Sahiviryam Karvavahi Tejastu Navadhitumastu Ma Vidvasavahi Om Santi 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 Hari Om. Vote of thanks. Thanks and gratitude to the BSNA board. Thanks and gratitude to all the listeners present and future. And my real introduction is a wandering bucolic singer. Janam se banjara hu bandhu, janam janam banjara, ghar na ghat koi nara, ghar na ghat koi nara. My humble pranam to everyone. This is Banjara. This is a wanderer. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Bhaiya, for enlightening us. We are so, lucky to have you around us. Thank you again. God bless you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. आपका आशीर्वाद मेरे लिए बहुत अद्भुत है.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chaturvedi. Thank you. Anurag ji, I think let's move forward.
Yeah. Thank you. Now our next, thank you, Shivji, thank you. Now our next program is on how to generate ideas for startup venture capital funding. It is by Rahul, and I would request Ayush to do the introductions.
If you can unmute Ayush.
Yes. Ayush, you should be able to unmute yourself now.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Namaste, everyone. My name is Ayush. I'm a final year student at Purdue University studying computer engineering. I'm here to introduce Rahul Pandey, who is on a mission to help software engineers learn and succeed. He's the CEO and co-founder of Taro, a platform for engineers to get expert advice from industry leaders. And it's also part of the Y Combinator Summer 2022 class. Previously, Rahul has worked at Pinterest and Meta. He's developed a curriculum that's taught at Stanford and CodePath. He also posts regularly on his popular YouTube channel. Rahul lives in California and spends his free time playing pickleball. Personally, I've been following Rahul for the last 3 years. I'm a subscriber to the YouTube channel, and I recommend everyone to check him out.
Thanks, Ayush. Thanks for being a subscriber. That means a lot. I've been, publishing content for years now, and it's always a good reminder that there are humans on the other side of the camera. So thanks, Ayush, and thanks for the intro.
Thank you.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, Rahul, go ahead.
Okay, awesome. So today I'm here to talk about how to generate startup ideas, which is something that I have thought about a lot before I embarked on my own startup journey. And there's a lot of people I talk to who want advice about, hey, either now or maybe 5 years from now, 10 years from now, I want to do my own startup. How can I put myself in a position to do that successfully? So I have maybe 10 slides. I don't actually think it'll take the whole half hour. I think it'll take maybe 15 or 20 minutes. And so we can either move on to the next presentation, or if there are questions, I'm happy to give my perspective if that's helpful for anyone. So let me start out. Ayush gave a really great intro. I'm Rahul. I started this company called Taro, which the idea is to help engineers. So if you are an engineer now, or if you have kids who are engineers, and would love to chat with them about what it means to be a successful software engineer. I've worked at Facebook, now known as Meta, Pinterest, and Kose, and I also love teaching. So I put a lot of content out on YouTube. LinkedIn Learning is a platform where I've published courses, and I also have taught at Stanford. So I want to start off the presentation by some contrarian advice, which is that a lot of people get told, I got told this quite a bit growing up, by teachers, by family, all with good intent. What you should do, Rahul, is follow your passion. That is the way that you will end up succeeding. And my opinion, after having lived for 31 years, is that is not good advice. I actually think that this advice does more harm than good. And I think there are kind of two reasons for that. But I want to start off by saying my opinion, which is this is not really actionable, not really good advice. And then I want to present an alternative way to think about how you actually start a company, how you start a startup, which I think is more geared toward success and more likely to actually generate ideas. So issue number one that I have with follow your passion is that it doesn't feel very actionable to me. I remember when people told me follow your passion, I kind of got anxious because find your passion, it almost makes me think that, okay, I'm going to go out for a walk. And then during that walk, some inspiration will hit me and I'll find my passion, right? But that almost never happens. That is almost never the case, right? You don't just find passion by going on a walk, right? Passion, in my opinion, is cultivated. And the way you cultivate it is by becoming good at something. But there's this very nice effect that the better you get at something, the more you enjoy it. And the more you enjoy it, the more you do it, and the better you get, right? And so I think that when we tell people, oh, you should find your passion, I think that we're not really giving them actionable feedback on here's what you can do to find passion. And it's something that you actually have to work hard at. It's not something that, just happens to you. And the other thing that I think in the context of starting a startup, in the context of doing a company, finding your passion, I think, is also not realistic or good advice because it doesn't reflect reality, right? Let me give you an example here. A lot of people, when I grew up in Michigan, they're playing basketball, I was in math camp and every day at lunch, we'd go out and play basketball. And there were some people in my friend group who were really good at basketball and they loved basketball. And so you could say, hey, I have a passion. I have a passion for basketball. I have a passion for makeup. I have a passion for this other hobby that I have. I'm going to make that my startup. And it turns out that that's not a really good way for 95% of people or 99% of the people. It turns out that is not a really good way to pick a startup. Because if you're trying to do a basketball startup, 99% of your day when you're the founder of that company is not going to be basketball, right? It's not going to be you on the court shooting hoops, not at all. In fact, if you're doing a basketball startup, which is, like selling a service or a product to NBA teams, or you're trying to create an app for youth sports basketball leagues, right? Then the majority of your time will actually be spent in networking, distribution, sales, marketing, product development, and not actually on basketball. And so I think that if we tell people, oh, do your passion, I think that people get to the point where I'm going to do a basketball startup. And then it turns out they hate their life because the majority of their day is not actually the thing that they care about. So that was kind of my summary of what I don't like about that advice of follow your passion. So let me now present to you an alternative framing, which I think is a bit more relevant in today's world, which is really nicely summarized by Paul Graham. So Paul Graham is like a pretty famous startup entrepreneur and venture capitalist. And he has this quote that I love. And he says, instead of working backward from a goal, work forward from promising situations. And I think this is a really insightful way of thinking about how to live your life. So instead of saying, hey, I want to be the CEO of Google one day, and I'm going to figure out how I can become the CEO of Google, I think a better way of thinking about it is, hey, what do I have uniquely in my life? The people, the skills, the location, maybe. What are the things in my life that are promising? And how can I take advantage of that? And that will usually end up with a lot more of a fruitful outcome rather than saying, oh, I'm going to pick Google CEO, or I'm going to become the president of the US and work backward. Usually, I think that those are much harder to navigate compared to working forward. Now, I'll actually link this in case people are interested. Let me just put this in the chat right now. All right, I put it in the chat, and then I think it's a really good essay. A lot of the essays that Paul Graham writes are actually really, really good. So I would recommend anyone to take a look at those. Okay, so when I talk about working forward from a promising situation, I think that there are 3 ways in my mind that can really come about. And I want to document those 3 ways. And these are the 3 ways that I would recommend anyone when they're thinking about an idea, pick one of these 3 ways as a starting point. And there's probably others too that I'm not documenting here, but these are the 3 that I have found will lead to a really good idea that you can actually execute on. And it's not just something that feels too removed, like I want to become the next Google, right? That's like a bit too ambiguous, a bit too fluffy to really, compel anyone. Okay, so I would say the biggest thing that you should look at if you want to work forward from a promising situation is your network, the people around you, what you know, who you know, right? And I think that the way to think about this is that you want to use your family or your friends to understand specifically what problems are people tackling, right? So, in Michigan, the auto industry is huge, right? So I feel like through my dad or through family friends or other folks, if I wanted to, I could have gotten a really deep understanding of what are the types of problems that these auto companies are facing. And when you have that deep understanding, then that is a huge advantage for you to go out and raise capital. When you talk to a VC, it's a huge advantage to get a customer. It's a huge advantage to be able to build the thing properly rather than building what you think people want, because you actually can get feedback from people. And this is maybe not that surprising to you, right? If you think about in pretty much every family around the world, a very common thing is, hey, my dad was a tradesman, I'm a tradesman. Or, my uncle did this, he was a jeweler, I'm a jeweler, right? This happens all the time. And the reason is that it's literally your network. You inherently have an understanding or a skill in something where your friends or family are there to mentor you or teach you, right? So the same thing will apply here in the world of technology. If you have an understanding of how an industry works, you can use that to build the product, a technological solution for which you can build a startup or get funding on. In particular, there's one subset of your network, which I think will is like the most important part of your network, which is who is going to be your co-founder. And I would argue that the co-founder is going to be the most important person in your startup journey. So the co-founder is the person who you start your company with, right? And there's a legal agreement on dividing up the equity of your company that's very hard to undo. And beyond that, you're going to be spending probably 8 or 10 hours a day with this person. You're probably going to spend more time with your co-founder than you will your siblings or your parents or a lot of your family. And so you have to make very sure that this person who is your co-founder is someone you trust and you actually enjoy spending time with. And that's why you see like a lot of people have co-founder dating. Like, let me go find someone on Craigslist and see if they're smart, and I'm going to go start a company with them. Those very rarely work out because you don't have that depth of relationship. And so if you're trying to start a company 2 or 3 years from now, I would argue that right now is the time that you should start to build up that co-founder relationship if you want to start a company with someone, 2 or 3 years from now. And if you're starting a company today, I would not go on co-founder dating and finding someone new. Your co-founder should likely be someone who you already know and have known for years. So like go through your college network, go through, who have you worked with at past internships who you've stayed in touch with. Those are going to be the people that you should start a company with. And so that's, again, why I think having that network is super important to being able to build a really big company or a successful company. Okay, so that was kind of one big part of it, which is your network, who you know, your co-founder, cultivating those relationships. The second way to generate startup ideas is to think about, where do you have an unfair advantage in the world? And there's a couple different ways that this can manifest, and I'm going to document 2 of them. The first one is the skills you have gained, the skills you've gained in your job. And it doesn't have to be like I worked somewhere for 10 years, although that's really compelling. It could literally be, hey, I spent 3 months as an intern after my freshman year of college working at this company, and I now know, how to do data analysis in Excel more than most people, right? Like presumably you're going to be learning something valuable on the job, right? That's why they hired you. And so now you have that skill set, which 99% of the people in the world don't have. Like you're better at that than most people. That is the unfair advantage that you have to go start something in that domain because you can do it better than other people, right? So you've probably heard this narrative a lot, right? Like, okay, I worked in General Motors, or I've worked in the mortgage industry, let's say, for 10 years. I learned the ins and outs, and now I'm going to do another mortgage company because I know all about it, right? That's like a very good way of thinking about it, of like starting a company and a common template. Another way is you don't have to necessarily start a competitor, right? It's like if I work at GM, it's actually quite hard to start another automaker. But if I work at General Motors and I am there for 10 years, you can be sure that there's tons and tons of issues within General Motors or any company really. Okay, how do they do payroll? How do they do their accounting software? How do they do health insurance? Like what's all the paperwork required for that, right? So you can kind of look internally at these companies and figure out what are the clunky pieces of software? What are the things that people complain about a lot? Let me now make that entire startup, right? So it doesn't have to be like directly competing on the main product, but you could just take a portion of an internal tool and those turn out to be very valuable if you can sell that internal product to your company that you worked at along with 100 other companies, because usually these problems are horizontally applicable across many companies in the domain. Okay, another thing to think about is what do you spend your free time on? And this is actually like tying back to the very first thing I mentioned, which is follow your passion is bad advice. This is where I think it could actually be good advice in the sense that if you feel like the thing you spend your free time on, like what you're passionate about, if you feel like that is actually a skill which has economic value, that's the difference. Then I think it's actually worth pursuing or worth considering for a startup idea, right? So if you're just saying, I love basketball, I'm gonna go out and play basketball. Well, your opportunity to make a living playing basketball is very, very hard, especially if you don't have the physique, the height, the weight, the muscle. There's only like 300 people in the world who can make millions of dollars playing in the NBA at basketball. But let's say that, hey, you are really passionate about coding Android apps, right? And you have 10 or 20 Android applications published in the Play Store. That is something that you clearly are passionate about. And also, it turns out building Android apps has a huge economic benefit to many, many companies and people in the world. And so the marriage of those two can turn into a startup. Like one way to think about it is when people look at you doing your passion, does it feel like work to them? And it feels like play to you, right? That's a kind of common phrase that you might have heard. Like what feels like play to you that looks like work to others? And so for most people in the world, when they see you coding an Android application, like, oh my gosh, this guy is working. I wouldn't want to do that. But when they see you playing basketball, like, wait, this guy's having fun. And so you want to find out what are the things that most of the people in the world think of as difficult that you find fun. And that is where follow your passion turns into good advice. So there's a nuance there that I think is sometimes not captured by the mainstream, like by most people. Okay, and the last category of how I think about starting a startup is answering the question, why now? And this turns out to be like the main thing that people talk about when they are presenting to a venture capitalist. So when we were pitching Taro to a VC, that was probably the number one feedback we got is, okay, I like the idea, I like the team, but I want to hear more about why is now, today, 2023, why is now the moment that this company can come into existence? And usually the answer will come in one of three flavors. The first one is a technology change, right? This one might be obvious. It's like, okay, AI is hot right now. Generative AI, large language models. That technology being developed can enable new functionality and new behavior, which is going to create literally thousands of startups worth billions of dollars, right? And so if you can say, hey, I am doing something, this application, which it literally could not have been done 5 years ago or even a year ago. Like this is cutting edge technology. That's a good explanation for, hey, that's why you're doing a startup now. That's how you generate ideas. So look at what is cutting edge and figure out what practical application of that new technology can exist. I mean, this is, you can look back at history when the mobile phone became popular, right? And the iPhone came out in 2007 And then in the next 3 to 4 years, millions and millions of people, tens of millions of people adopted the iPhone or some Android phone. And that's where you had things like Uber and Lyft become super popular, or any mapping application like geolocation. For the first time, you could see where millions of people were located in the world. You could have internet connectivity on your phone. That opened up tons and tons of startup opportunities because of the huge technology change that came from the mobile phone era. And the same thing is happening now with AI. Another good answer to why now is regulatory change, right? So if there's a big law that just got passed, that will almost certainly lead to a change in how people live their life. So a good example is Obamacare, right? Obamacare was this pretty controversial legislation which kind of mandated that everyone in the US has to have some form of health insurance or healthcare. And that made it so that millions and millions of people now were forced to kind of, in some way or the other, get this insurance. And that opened up the opportunity for many startups to exist to offer that, right? And so if you can say, hey, here's a law, like a good example is like marijuana, right? So marijuana is very controversial, but many states in the country are legalizing it. And so there probably is opportunity for someone to say, hey, because this is now, this commodity, like weed, is now accessible to way more people, there's some opportunity there to like educate people or deliver it or whatever you want to do based on that change. And there are other things which maybe are not so controversial that you can also think about. In any given year, there's thousands of laws being passed. So just look through those and what are the ramifications of those changes and how can you, help people navigate them. Okay, and the third and final one, I would say, in terms of like generating startup ideas is what is different about the culture of today compared to the culture of 5 years ago or 20 years ago. And I think what the best entrepreneurs do is they're very insightful about being on the forefront of that. Because if you look back 20 years ago versus today, the way we live our life is dramatically different, right? That's probably, talk to your parents or talk to, if you're old enough, remember what life was like 30 years ago, 20 years ago. There's so many things that day to day is completely different. And so I think the question becomes, 10 years from now, what will become normal that is kind of very weird today, that only a fringe population does today? And if you understand that, you can actually build a company around that. So I'll give you a very concrete example of COVID, right? COVID changed our whole life for every single person on the planet, pretty much. COVID changed their daily habits and a lot of the norms around wearing masks or shaking hands or ordering food through an app as opposed to going to a restaurant. There were like probably 10 or 20 changes in behavior. And each of those changes in behavior probably led to the creation of some company that became super valuable, right? And so COVID was kind of like this big, huge event, but there are other smaller cultural changes too. Like, for example, global warming is resulting in there being more forest fires in California than ever before. And so over the next 10 years, instead of forest fires happening like once or twice a year, they're going to happen 10 or 20 times a year. And that's going to mean that people in California will have to adapt and change their behavior in terms of masks or smog days or having air filters in a way that 10 years ago they didn't have to. And so, hey, there's an opportunity there to maybe create something with clean air or something with masks or maybe even a thermometer or like a measurement system to understand, the air quality, right? There's so many things that are going to be changing culturally based on how the world is changing. Okay, and then one kind of final point I wanted to mention is this idea of competition. And I think a lot of people, they think about, okay, I want to build this product, but I Google for it, and it turns out there's already a company that is doing something very similar. And in fact, they already have funding. So I'm not going to pursue that idea. That is something that it's already done, right? Or someone's already working on it. And I think that's actually bad advice. I would actually say the opposite is true, right? If you have an idea and you Google for it and no one is working on it, then my argument is that that's a bad idea. Because if the people in the world are smart, right? Like there's the idea of like market efficiency. So given that people in the world are hardworking and smart, if you have an idea which is so novel, so original, that no one in the world, 7 billion people, no one is pursuing that idea, you probably have a bad idea. Your idea is probably not worth pursuing if there's no one else in the world who is already thinking, who hasn't thought about it, right? And so I think the fact that you have competition is actually a reason to continue to pursue it. But yeah, I think that what you don't want to do is blindly copy someone and do the exact same thing, right? But usually you have an idea and there's probably a million details on implementation, which will dictate how you succeed or if you succeed. So for example, you might have an idea of, I'm going to build an air quality monitor. And then this air quality monitor is going to be only targeted toward people in the US or only for people in India, or it's going to be even simpler than the other ones on the market, right? There's going to be tons and tons of variations on how you pitch your product, how you build it, how you market it compared to the competition. And so that is where you have the unfair advantage. That's where you win. But the idea itself, there's probably going to be dozens of people. If the idea is any good, which it should be, then you're going to have dozens of people and companies competing with you on it. The question is, how do you execute? And there's another quote here, which is that startups die of suicide, not murder. I think so many people say, oh, I worked so hard, but then this other company came in and did the same idea. It turns out that very, very rarely do companies actually die because some competition came in and took their market. Almost always, the issue is that you lost motivation, or you ran out of funding, or you decided for whatever reason not to work on it, right? And so when you're doing a startup, like, a small team, small amount of revenue, I think the bigger thing to be concerned about is how can you stay motivated? How can you continue building your product? Don't worry about competition. Don't worry about other people stealing your idea. Don't worry about, what might happen when people find out about what you're working on. Usually those things turn out to be irrelevant. Okay, that was all I had. The last thing I want to end on is, I feel like I grew up with BSNA, with Brahmin Samaj. So I feel like one thing I think about a lot as I build my own startup, and one thing I tell people as well, is as you build whatever company you're doing, there are going to be lots of ups and downs, a lot of things that you can't control. And the only thing that you can control is what you do, right? And so, one way that I phrase that is just be input driven, not output driven. A lot of things in the market, a lot of competition, a lot of feedback that you might get from investors, you can't really control all that. But what you can do is be deliberate about what company you're starting, be deliberate about what action you're taking, work hard, and then the rest will take care of itself. All right, thanks everyone.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Rahul. Thank you. This is a wonderful, a very insightful talk. I mean, across so many things you've talked about, including very important, the motivation, correct? That if you have a will and motivation, you can achieve anything you want. And that's what we have been hearing in the BSNA convention as well. Thank you very much. Very, very insightful lessons for everyone. I think you should do more and more talks to a lot of youths we have in BSNA around everywhere. I think they can benefit, and good luck. All the best to you for a lot of success you achieve in your life. Thank you. Thank you, Rahul.
Thank you.
Moving on to our next program, that is by Shirish ji, and I would request Somnath ji to introduce Shirish ji and the topic.
Namaste everyone. Now our next program is a panel discussion. It's a very important and very interesting topic. What we are going to discuss, it's about building relationship amongst youth and effective communication by inculcating Brahminic values. So it's going to be very interesting, and I want to welcome Shirish ji to initiate the panel discussion. So as a brief introduction about Shirish Tiwari ji. Shirish ji is a senior strategy executive in healthcare innovation, strategy and technology space. He is an expert in entrepreneurship, venture capital, go-to-market strategies, mergers and acquisitions in healthcare and life science markets. He previously served at McKinsey and Company and IBM Watson. Shresh has a degree in general management and entrepreneurship from Harvard Business School and graduated in computer science. He lives in New Jersey along with his wife, Namrataji, and two daughters, Prisha and Monisha, 14 and 10-year-old. Welcome, Shresh. Thank you. Thank you for initiating this interesting discussions.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Somji. And I hope I'm audible to everyone. Okay, great. So the topic itself is like, how do we leverage Brahmanic values to establish relationships and help develop communication skills amongst youth? And this topic couldn't be more timely. As I'm sitting here and was listening about what Shivji shared with us, that if we look at Bhagavad Gita or Vedas, there is a model to problem solving operating in this world. And then I had this talk given by Rahul, how to go about building a startup and coming up with ideas and innovating them. And now bringing this together, I'm seeing this cross-generational exchange, which is coming from our Brahmanic values and applying to the real world. And now we sort of pivot it in a way that look at it more in terms of relationship building and communication skill, and how do we leverage the great knowledge, the depth of knowledge we have from our Brahmanic values, from our Sanatan Dharma. So I'm going to invite our first panelist here, Alka Ji. Alka Ji is based out of New Jersey. She is New Jersey chapter president for BSNA. She's an educator, has spent all of her life and career educating kids in high school, and will be bringing her perspective both as an educator, as a parent, that how do we leverage these Brahmanic values, our values, from relationship building and communication perspective. And along with Alka Ji, we have a youth representative. So I'll request Alka Ji to introduce our youth representative panelist as well.
Namaskar, everyone. I am honored that Shirishi invited me to this panel discussion. I'm also very passionate about this topic as I guide, advise students of Indian community in after-school activities and outside of school, whether they're applying for the college applications, they need more guidance. I'm always trying my best to help every student, but sometimes our community, as we will get more into the discussion about this, may be a little bit shy in our schools. So I try to do my best, my part to provide that support. Being said that, I would like to invite Drumi Pandya. She's a student at my school, Franklin High School. She's a junior, and she's a president of Asian Awareness Club. And her accomplishments in academic endeavor have been amazing. I know she took two honors math courses in her sophomore years and did pretty good in those courses. And that did not stop her to continue her contribution in after-school activities for our Asian Awareness Club. And she's always there. I just and requested her if she could participate in this panel discussion. She happily agreed, was willing to contribute to this discussion. Thank you so much, Drumi. I welcome you to this panel. Thank you, Shreeshi.
Thank you, Alka Ji. Drumi, welcome to the panel conversation.
Thank you.
So I'll just take a few minutes and just set the context of how should we be thinking about it, and what has been my learning coming from our Sanatan Dharma and Brahmanic values, and especially in the current world where Rahul talked about technology and its impact. right? We are here having this virtual convention just because the technological advancement we have had in past few years and were forced by pandemic. So we came together, we innovated, we brought in our ingenuity, and we are able to collaborate, we are able to connect and leverage it. But the other aspect of it, that too much of technology revolution coming with AI, Chat GPT, is also driving fear factor. We are going to lose jobs. Things are going to change. How is it going to happen? So it leads to stress. It leads to anxiety. Also driven by the fact that we have gotten so much attuned with materialistic advancements that everybody is sort of having a mad rat race to get to the top of the ladder. But if we take a step back from all of that and think about our Sanatan Dharma and our Brahmanic values, the basic thing which has been taught in Vedas says, every human being has an Atma, Brahma, which is eternal, which is divine. And that's the source of the life. We come and go, and there is an order of universe, and we participate in that order. So if we take that a step back, it immediately dilutes that level of stress and anxiety we have. And as Shivji was talking about, complete submission into me. So I wanted to bring this together, that if we think about our Brahmanic values and the current times, and we bring them together and look at it from education perspective, our dharma was so profound that they thought about it from whole person education perspective. And the whole person education is not just having academic excellence, but it is all about having three key essential skills. One is cognitive skill. So cognitive skill is problem solving. Second is interpersonal skill, what we call people skill. Now, how to communicate, how to understand others' perspective, have team dynamic, provide leadership. And the third is, which is more innate, and we call it intrapersonal skill, is more about our resilience, our persistence, our perseverance, our motivation, everything Rahul was talking about in the context of a startup. And that leads to success in life. Now, our Sanatan Dharma was so profound and ahead of the time that even in ancient times, when we had life divided in 4 ashrams, you go to sannyas, you go to grahast, but the first one, the brahmacharya, the first 25 years of our life were dedicated on honing on these 3 skills. To have this whole person education, go to a guru, go to an acharya, have a complete submission, learn from guru, and then come back to the world, and then you pursue based on your varnashram. So our dharma has already figured it out, but we have sort of moved away from that. And what further reiterated my thinking and understanding today, what Rahul said, I'm in the startup world, but I have been associated with Brahmin Samaj and I've learned a lot. So somehow, it's working. Another example I would say or give is why we have so many Indian origin, Hindu origin CEOs and so successful. It's not because of hard work alone. Everyone is working very hard across cultures, across geographies. It has something to do with our value system, with our Sanatan Dharma values, Brahmanic values, developing and honing on those 3 skills, cognitive skills, interpersonal skills, intrapersonal skills, and then leading to whole person education. That's what Satya Nadella did at Microsoft, came up with an idea of empathy. Technology should be for good. And that completely transformed the company and made everyone very successful. So that's the context. That's how I was thinking about it. Now I will invite Alka ji and Dhrumi to share their perspective. Alka ji as an educator, working with kids, and what would be her perspective on that. And Dhrumi would like to hear from you as a youth representative as well. Alka ji.
Thank you, Shirishji. I really admire your the way you connected our Sanatnik values with in today's context, and how it still there are people who are using it in a very constructive way. I mean, as you said, there are a lot of people who are working hard, but there must be something they're doing different, or there is some connections they have with their roots, which is setting them apart from rest of the world. And I try to say the same thing in my school, but as an educator, I treat every single student the same. But having said that, how I see whether it's our culture or any student, any youth coming with the values from home. And as an educator, I would first bring that at that point, that we cannot just say only Hindu or Brahmin kids are the only one who are coming with values. There are students who come with great values and a very good background of understanding the family values and good moral values and working together in a constructive way. So, but here, since we are discussing about the Sanatnik, our Brahminic values, I would just focus on that. But that doesn't mean that those are the only students who are doing the great job. So just wanted to clarify that. Now, to talk about our Asian community or students who have our Indian heritage and they come to school. So we have, when I see my students, there are two categories of students that we receive. Either we have students like your kids are, or my kids have been born here. They're sort of like first generation, so they're born and being raised here. And then we have another category of Indian students who come from India, and they may be, especially, I'm just going to speak here, high school's point of view here, because that's where my expertise have been. I have always taught high school students. So when they come at that age, because I teach more mainly juniors and seniors, when they come to this country at that age, so what I see, this kids actually here are more keeping their culture. And it might be surprising to many people here. Kids who are coming from India, they have culture, but they're shy about it. They are very shy about their culture. They want to just mix with the American culture much faster. That's, I mean, we all can have our own perspectives on it. And the way they are placed, just to give this another information, I've been teaching math. So the way they're placed, when kids come from India and they have those very strong mathematical background, but they are placed immediately in not honors courses, maybe a little bit lower. And they're shy to speak about it. And when I see them in those courses, I speak to them about this. And so I'm going to come back to this Brahminic and Sanatnik. When those kids, quote unquote, consider shy, they're not being shy. They are being respectful to authorities because that's how they're raised. So that's what I speak to them at times, that if you are presenting yourself, you're not being rude or you're not being disrespectful to anyone. You're just presenting your point, and you're presenting, you have questions, you want to ask why you're placed in that course. And when I see that student is actually excelling, I do reach out to the guidance counselor, I do my part, but the student and parent has to get involved. Now, we're going to speak about the students, kids who are born and brought up here. They are very connected with our heritage. Many of them, maybe some are not. But what happens in this case, they are verbal. They are a lot more verbal about their perspectives, their viewpoint. They would reach out to the guidance counselor, they will come to the teacher, or they will be very good at presenting their point. Even though they have that respect, but they understand where to draw the line. They know that if they're presenting their viewpoint, they're not being disrespectful. So going back to our Brahminic values, what I would like to just present here to our youth, keep your Brahminic values. We come from strong roots. We don't need to forget our roots. We don't have to be shy. Another one little quick thing I want to mention here, when kids come, whether they're coming from India or they're born and brought up here, I'll just give a simple example. Let's say Drumi. Drumi's name is Drumi. Kids will call her Drumi. I try to tell the kids, I don't correct them, but I try to tell them, don't be shy in correcting people. They can easily learn it. We learn a lot of other complicated Italian names and a lot of other names. So don't be shy. And Drumi can tell that I've spoken to a lot of kids about this, that, hey, it's not Drew, it's Drew. And explain it to people. Don't be shy. It takes one time to just tell them, and they'll be respectful for that. So those are the things I would say, that our Brahminic or our heritage, yes, we raise our children with those kids who are raised with those values. They are respectful, they apply themselves, and you're absolutely right that kids who are engaged in those activities, they definitely have a better problem solving. I see that in classroom, and they are less inhibited about their culture. They don't shy out being part of this and celebrating Diwali or celebrating their festivals, versus those parents who are not involved. If as parents, we're not going to teach them, or we're going to shy away ourselves. Being American Indian doesn't mean we forget our Indian values. And that does not mean that we become shy either. So we have to present ourselves. We are a race who are working, who's respectful. Does not mean that we cannot present ourselves, our viewpoint.
Wonderful,
So,
wonderful.
now I will ask Dhumi's point of view.
So I was born here. When my parents moved here, like it was 1 year after they moved here. So I grew up watching Indian TV, like listening to bhajans, and like a lot of things. Like I would always bring Indian food to school and other stuff. So, well, I mean, I know that like in elementary school, a lot of people found it weird that I would always be like talking about how I'm Indian, but that's what made me me. So that's what I always talked about. And like they had to like accept me at one point. They couldn't like actually do anything to change anything about me because I stayed true to myself. If I wanted to, I could have changed, but I didn't because I thought what my parents were teaching me was right. Like every time there's like something religious, like a religious event, like whether it's Janmashtami, Diwali, Holi, we always celebrate it. Even if it's like my birthday, we go to the mandir to pray, to see like, to hope that God gives me a good wife. And my father, he's actually no, my mother, she's the daughter of a priest in India. So she and my father like always grew up learning these Indian things. And to me, that's very important because because what they learn, they're passing it on to us, and like they don't shy away from teaching us our culture. I know some parents do that. And like even teachers, I've learned a lot from teachers. Like even Miss Sharma has taught me a lot about my culture, because like this is just the environment we're in. Even though we're diverse, we're still together. Like Miss Sharma is from a different part of India than where I'm from, but like we're still connected because what we do is similar. Like it's not that she speaks Hindi and I speak Gujarati. Like I still know Hindi, but what was I saying? I'm sorry. Give me a second. Yeah, but we still are connected because of our roots.
Fantastic, fantastic. Thank you so much, Alkaji and Dhruvi, for relating it and bringing it together from a real life situation perspective. And just picking up on what Alkaji said and going back to our Brahmanic values, in last 2 days, we talked about being respectful to our elders, being respectful to authority, but our culture also taught us the difference between inquiry and questioning. And if we create a good balance, which Saint Pathakji talked about yesterday, that it is more in the realm of inquiry and asking questions with curiosity to learn more. You are still being respectful to authority. You're not being shy and expressing your views in an open manner, having a effective communication, building trust, building relationship, and yet at the same time, to Alkaji's earlier point, being very proud of who you are, taking pride in our culture, in our values. So there is a lot in there for our youth to start building. And that's a great place to start, to build these essential life skills. So I know we are coming up on our time here. I will request Alkaji and Dhruvi to just give one last message to our youth attendees here and to parents.
I just want to say one another thing, and I'm sure Dhruvi has experienced that. When we are in a faculty room with other teachers, and we don't have that much Indian representation in education, unfortunately, but it's getting there. But when I started, I was an odd sheep there. I was probably the only one Indian teacher there. But now we have few starting to come, but still we are, when I'm saying few, maybe altogether 4 or 5, maybe 6, if I'm not exaggerating. When I hear in the faculty room, there must be a reason why teachers, when they first go in September and they look at their roster, they see Indian names, they're like, oh, this is good. I have 10 Indian kids in my class. So they feel so good about it that I'm going to have no discipline problem. So that is something we need to be very proud of ourselves as our culture, our heritage, that we raise our children in a way that they are focused, they bring good values to school, and they are not creating any problems for the educator, so the educator can give the best to those kids. Looking at your question, Shirishji, as you just mentioned, that sharing life examples of applying Brahmanic values and improving human relationship and communication skills, I would just also bring this little point. I know we are in a time constraint here, that when I would say youth, I would say even before that, when they're born and they're in their toddler stage, if you are practicing those it's not just going to temple and worshiping. That's definitely is going to impact, but also bringing more in-depth values of our Brahminic values, which is, as you just mentioned, that Brahman is Brahman. How do we say Brahman? Hindu believes that all living beings carry a part of Brahman within them. What we are saying by that this divine spark, what we are saying is known as soul, which is immortal. That means we respect every soul. A lot of time, as yesterday's more Gyani people, actually, I'm not a Gyani at all, but something I have also been researching for a long time, that all these things we are learning and all these Western names are associated with those our Rishi Munis had already discovered, but our curriculum, when we were learning in India or anywhere else, we're not told about that. As Saint Pathak ji also said that, and Vibhuti Shah ji, Vibhuti ji also said that about Newton's law. It was discovered way before. So I'm coming back to our youth here. If something you think can be contributed to the society, don't shy away. And Rahul also brought that up as being an entrepreneur. And now we have such great examples here. All these Indian people being a Google CEO, or I think it's many more. I can say like Microsoft, I think as well, right?
Yes, that is correct.
So if we talk about that, and even all the research, big scientists, we are everywhere. So our youth has to start looking at them also, not just what's taught in the school as a curriculum, that who's discovered what. And that's something as a parent we can introduce them with those with those great Rishi Munis and our discoveries. So that's where I would like to end this. And invite me to hear her perspective about this. Thank you so much, Shirishji.
Thank you, Alkaji. Drumi, go ahead, please. You have to unmute yourself.
Yeah, okay. I'd like to say that I agree with what Ms. Sharma said, that like parents are also responsible, but I also think that like my generation should do their own research to find out about their culture, because their parents will, and their teachers and their mentors will teach them what they know and stuff. But there's a lot more about our culture and our dharma that we don't know about. Like I didn't know a lot about stories and stuff, but like the Ramayana, Mahabharata also taught me a lot, which I watched on my own. So I think that's very important to do as well. And I also think that we should teach our culture to other people as well. Like we always see, for example, Christian people spreading their love for Jesus. Why can't we do the same with our gods?
Okay, wonderful. Great. So thank you, Alkaji and Drumi, bringing all of this together to our closure here. And I will just, make one comment. Since we talked about Brahm, we talked about the divinity divine within us. The science and spirituality are always being considered two different things. But in our Brahminic values, spirituality is a guiding principle, is the anchor. And if you compare it and look at it from scientific perspective, we understood, we say Brahma is inside of us, and every matter is made of atoms. And when Einstein defined it, he said it's just energy and mass. And he couldn't define it further, so he called it supreme intelligence. So now you look at the integration of science and spirituality and our Brahmanic values and its relevance in the context of building relationships for youth and creating trust. So I again thank you, Alkaji and Rumi, for your participation in the panel, and I appreciate everyone's time.
I just want to thank Dhrumi to come on such a short notice. And these are the values. I'm so proud that I messaged her and she called me right away. And I asked her and she was like, sure. And she was not prepared. She didn't know what the topic is going to be. And she came right away. And it was on the spot. And really a round of applause for Dhrumi. Thank you, Dhrumi. Take care.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, Sriji. Thank you, Alkaji, for the insightful discussion. Thank you, Dhrumi.
Can I make one point? Do we have time?
Yeah.
Just to make one point.
Please go ahead.
In support of Alkaji's statement.
Yes.
I work in a Christian-dominated hospital. 22,000 doctors and scientists are working in MD Anderson Cancer Center. Christian-dominated. About 35, 40 years ago, I decided that we should celebrate Deepavali in our hospital. So I went to the president, John Mendelsohn. I asked him, we want to celebrate the Festival of Light in our hospital. And he said, what this Festival of Light has to do anything with cancer? If you convince me, you have green light. If you don't convince me, get out from here. It was a tough question for me to answer, but I waited for a while. Then I told him, John, we celebrate Diwali for victory of good over evil, victory over demon, and you and I are fighting the mighty demon called cancer in this hospital, and therefore we should celebrate. And immediately he said, since that time, every year we celebrate Deepavali over here, every year without any hesitation. And not only that, I tell our students, we are descendants of rishis, 7 rishis. We have genes from rishis. I'm talking in terms of genetics. We have genes from rishis. Nobody can challenge us. If we get proper opportunity, we'll go on the top. So our children should learn about this. It's very, very important. Very, very important. And I tell Indian community, younger generation over here, it's very, very important. Be proud of your root.
I agree, Sam.
This much I wanted to say.
I agree, Dr. Pathakji. And as I mentioned, when I started here, there was no such celebration, and there was no recognition of Indian heritage or Indian kids. I went in, I had to face some resistance in the beginning.
I know.
Things are better now, but when
yes.
now things are better. They are bringing diversity. They want to talk about culture. Actually, we had a district-wide diversity cultural program, which I led. They wanted me to lead that. And thanks to Dhrumi, in that also she came and participated. A lot of other kids did, but Dhrumi is one of the very a kid I can depend on. So yes, you're right. There is always a little resistance, but you should not. You should stand your point.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Anuragji, over to you.
Such a great topic, Shirishji.
Thank you. Thank you, Alkaji. Thanks,
Great topic, Sriji. Thank you, Alkaji. Thank you, Pathakji. Thank you, Dhrumi. Moving on, our next topic is by Dr. Poonam Goswami, and I would request Keshavji to introduce.
Very on from Houston. Thank you all for the very wonderful sessions since Friday. Now we are going to end up today's session soon. Before that, I am very proud to introduce Dr. Poonam Goswami from Texas Houston chapter of BSNA, a life member and ardent supporter of BSNA. Poonam was born to Sharma family in Delhi. She is married to Navneet Goswamiji. They are blessed with 2 handsome children. Poonam is an advanced practice provider in the Department of Investigational Cancer Therapeutics at UTMD Anderson Cancer Center, where you already know Dr. Sen Pathak has been worked and is still involved there. Her research area of interest is advanced care planning and end of life in people with cancer and their families. She has authored several peer-reviewed journal articles and presented nationally and internationally. She is actively involved in MD Anderson Cancer Center initiative on the end of life and goal concordant care. I am pleased to ask Poonam to start her presentation. Best wishes. Thank you, Poonam. Unmute yourself.
Thank you, Dr. Shuklaji. Am I allowed to share my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to share my screen. Thank you, everyone who are here listening, ready to listen to this important topic, as it is my passionate, and also I'm very close to this topic. Dr. Shuklaji has already explained who I am. And I just want to, before I go further with this presentation, just want to briefly bring death and dying is a very difficult topic to talk, and especially to a community where it is a taboo, like here. It all started when I moved to US. A year later, my father was diagnosed with lung cancer. And I started working at MD Anderson that time in 2005. I was in healthcare for a long time, but not too much in oncology. And I believed, oh, this lung cancer is going to be treated, and doctors have started chemotherapy already. So with that belief, I was not aware that my father will pass and I will not be able to talk to him for almost 2 weeks. And that pain stayed with me for years and years. I wanted to talk to him one more time. So then I started working on this. How does a loved one's family feel when somebody passes without that last talk, without knowing this person will pass? So I started working, and this became my passion. So today's discussion will be more about advanced care planning and end-of-life planning. We will discuss about the background about the advanced directives and advanced care planning. And I will also discuss about some project which I did at MD Anderson and my recent research last year. So just going back, I was intrigued with my philosopher Heidegger. We don't talk death and dying. Why? Because people deploy illusion of mortality as a protective mechanism to assuage their unavoidable non-existence. This non-existence which happens after death is unavoidable. And that robs them the opportunity to live a purpose-driven life. And I started working. I was so intrigued with this Heidegger. Later in Yalom in 1980 said, death is not something to be swept under the rug, but to be dealt with openly, looking at it in the eyes. And last year, when I presented my research dissertation, I said that the struggle is not necessarily facing the reality of death, but coming in terms with it in a productive manner, with awareness and acceptance through preparedness of end of life. So hence, moving forward, I'm going to just talk about my topic. What is death? For death, there are 8 criteria to be fulfilled. It is an irreversible cessation of circulatory and respiratory functions, or irreversible cessation of functions of entire brain, including the brainstem. That includes absence of spontaneous response to any stimuli, even to the painful stimuli,
lack of spontaneous respiration, lack of circulatory function, absence of postural activity like swallowing, yawning, and vocalizing, no eye movement, blinking, or pupillary response, a flat EEG, that is an electroencephalogram, for at least 10 minutes, and total absence of motor reflexes. If these occur and remain for 24 hours or expected to remain for 24 hours, medically the person is considered dead. There are many cultural beliefs. I researched a lot, but I'm going to talk mainly about Hinduism. We as Hindus believe that life and death are circular pattern. Person dies and takes rebirth. Christianity believes that the person sheds the body but continues in the spirit, and based on the faith of that spirit, they get heaven or hell. Some of the Native American tribes believe, and some of the Buddhism also believe, that dead and living coexist, and dead can influence the well-being of the living. The cultural differences are many, and hence there is prohibition to even talk about a deceased person, because there is a fear that doing so may actually endanger the lives of the living or prevent the ghost from leaving this earth and attain peace. Hence, there is a death fear. In order to avoid the death anxiety, what some people do is they consciously refuse about death, avoid going to funerals or visiting people who they love, but they are dying. People engage in activities to confront or defy the death, such as skydiving, rock climbing. People change their lifestyles because they don't want to foresee the death. They use humor, or they do jobs at funeral parlor thinking, okay, I am working at a funeral home, I may not die, or retirement homes. And some people change physical appearance to look younger, to deny that they are aging and coming to death. What is end of life? The research says 12 months preceding someone's death, or when death is imminent, unlikely to be arrested by medical care, is considered the period of end of life. And what is advanced care planning? Advanced care planning is planning in advance for the care we want to receive at the end of life or before death. So it is an ongoing communication between a person. We all can be considered ourselves as patients, because when we go for a physical exam, aren't we patient? They call us patient, right? So between a patient and their family member, or a person and a family member with their healthcare provider, that results in a shared decision-making into completion of advanced directive documents and end-of-life care options. And then research also says if end-of-life care begins with advanced care planning, that leads to greater satisfaction, quality of death, cost saving, and patient and provider satisfaction. Again, it's an ongoing process, and the goal is to people to receive the care that they receive based on their preferences, values. And why it is so important? We just saw in 2019 what happened. People did not know if that was the wish of my father, mother, brother, sister, whoever, to remain on that machine, how long. So that awareness came. However, my interest has been very long ago started. So that's what I've been working on, this advanced care planning and end of life. So when in North America, we look back at the history, in 1969, the very first time Lewis Kuttner suggested that individuals should write their choices for medical treatment. In 1972, Euthanasia Society came up with a form, but that was not a legal document, Living Well, where people would write what kind of treatment they would like when they are towards their end of life. However, that was not legalized. It all started when in 1973, Karen Ann, I'm not sure if you all know about, but she was a 21-year-old girl. She was at a party of her friend. She got herself intoxicated, taking Valium together with alcohol, and that led her to in persistent unconscious or coma state. For that, she required intubation. Parents were very unhappy to see their daughter like this, requested the doctors and medical care, but they would not remove that intubation because that is unethical and against their practice. So they went to the court. There was a lot of court appeals done. Finally, in 1976, she was extubated with the court appeal, but she still continued on tube feedings. On that tube feeding, she lived for 9 years in a vegetable state. And finally, she died with pneumonia complications, respiratory arrest. So in 1976, there was the Requenen Act, the right to die was initiated. When Karen Ann died in 1982, there was another girl, Nancy Kuzman, who was talking to her colleagues, I will never be like this in vegetable state. And then in 1983, she meets with an accident and she goes into hypoxic brain injury and she remains in coma, intubated. Parents did not get any chance to talk to the physicians because her husband decided her to be on tube feedings. Finally, it took almost another 9 years when, with the help of the co-workers with whom she spoke, and also her friends, that she was not wishing to live like this, the court agreed. However, the reason was not agreeing was because there was no written document from this girl that she would not like to see her like this. Hence, in 1990, the federal law came into active, which is Patient Self-Determination Act of 1990, which makes a person able to choose what kind of care, medical care, they would like to choose for themselves if they will be in a similar situation like these two girls were. So moving next, the advanced directive documents are the legal documents through which a person can dictate their care when they are able to, for a situation, if like Nancy or Karen Ann occurs, that could be respected. A medical power of attorney, a director of living will, an out-of-hospital DNR form, and a declaration for medical health treatment. These are all legal documents. I'm going to talk more about the state of Texas because there where I live, but majority of the states, they do respect these advanced directive documents. So medical power of attorney is a legal document. A person chooses their attorney, medical power. This is not about the financial attorney, a medical power of attorney who will make decision for this person when they cannot make themselves. You do not have to choose your father, mother, brother, husband, wife, son. Anyone you trust will make a decision. What you would like to do with yourself is your medical power of attorney. It could be your friend, you trust the person. And it is only effective if a person is unable to participate in his or her own medical decision-making, like goes into coma or unconscious, unable to make decision. Then this document is active, it is legal document. It is signed by 2 witnesses and a physician or a notary. And you can have this document ready and give it to wherever you would like to give to whoever you want to give. A living will is another legal document. It is an instruction that is made to your medical team that if you have an irreversible condition or you have a terminal illness for which you are expected to die within the next 6 months, based on your physician's determination, at that time you give them direction, please withhold any life-sustaining treatment. Example, intubation, mechanical ventilation, cardiopulmonary respiration, artificial nutrition, and hydration. That is decided way before the do not resuscitate. And I'm going to talk about that. This is different from do not resuscitate. This is a living will, not about the financial, but about you, your own self. Then next comes is the out of hospital do not resuscitate. I'm talking more in my medical terms, so please correct me if you want to know more. Resuscitation means when the heart stops to beat or when you stop breathing. The chest compression is cardiopulmonary resuscitation. That is called resuscitation. And once somebody has a cardiac arrest or respiratory arrest, they have a resuscitation. They have to be intubated to provide artificial respiration. A person who do not want to undergo this, because the resuscitation measures are used for people who are young or die or are a result of an accident, just to bring them back. reversible condition, not for irreversible condition like terminal illnesses like cancer, so or heart failure or renal failure. There are many terminal conditions. I work in cancer, so I always try to talk about cancer. So that is called do not resuscitation out of hospital. That means when you're not in the hospital, you're outside, the EMS people, if they come to your home, they can do everything, but do not resuscitate if a person chooses that. However, if this form is there, that does not guarantee that if you're hospitalized, you will be DNR. You have, every time a person comes to the hospital, we have to again talk about their wishes, if they want to be resuscitated or not. That is the law. So why is it important? Because as I discussed, Patient Self-Determination Act of 1990 mandates that all the Medicare and Medicare providers should have their patients' information and education about advanced care planning. All the hospitals follow Joint Commission standards in America. So they also mandate that patients' comfort and dignity receive priority during end-of-life care, and medical records should mention that these discussions were done, and hospital should address with the patient, but this is not actually happening. It is mandated still. In 2014, Institute of Medicine in their report, Dying in America, did mention there is an urgent need for improvement in healthcare, especially at the end of life, and patients should have the opportunity to participate in advanced care planning, discuss with their provider what are their wishes, and they should do this before they become ill and early in a chronic disease trajectory, and should receive care based on their values and preferences. Congress in 2015-16, the second Congress, they came out with the statements that allows Medicare and Medicaid coverage hospitals to have advanced directives renewed every 5 years, because a person might have selected my wife, my husband, my brother, my sister, but maybe that person died or maybe they changed their mind. So in order to be a medical power of attorney of a person, you should accept that responsibility. So appointing a medical power of attorney needs mutual understanding and acceptance, and it can be removed. It should be renewed every 5 years, and we are supposed to honor it from one state to another. If a person travels from one state to another and have advanced directives completed and end up hospitalized or whatever reason, it should be honored, and their medical records should reflect advanced directives and their wishes. Post, which I'm not talking much in detail here, is another physician's order to withhold certain treatments, and that carries with a person. It's not a legal document, and healthcare organizations should provide the information. That's why we have an active involvement at MD Anderson, and I'm part of that. So briefly about me, Dr. Shukla mentioned I work in the investigational cancer therapeutics. So it's a phase 1 clinical trial department. The anti-cancer drug development occurs in phases, 5 phases. Before phase 1, the drug is tested on animals. And in phase 1 is the first time a new drug, which has no name, investigational drug, is tested on humans. So we sometimes have maybe 2 or 3 patients only for one drug in the world, always. One at MD Anderson, one somewhere, City of Hope or somewhere. So that is a very first step of a drug development after animal testing. In a phase 1 clinical trial, the drug is tested for safety and tolerability of the investigational drug and to define the maximum tolerated dose to the phase 2 trial recommendation. So who are these patients? These are the patients who have disease that is advanced, means extended beyond the place it started, and they have exhausted all standard of care treatment options, means how this drug development occurs, it goes to the 5th stage and FDA approved. That's how we have treatment for different diseases, similarly for cancer. So the FDA approved drugs, when the patients exhaust and they have no more treatment options, then they have options, 2 options, either to go to the hospice and die peacefully in few months, or to be able to get enrolled in phase 1 clinical trial for investigational drugs. These drugs are not for cure, these are for investigation. So these patient populations are already at end of life. Their lifespan is somewhere approximately 9 months. So I just want to go briefly about why it was so important for me to do my research. There was a 55-year-old female who comes regularly for clinic appointment on investigational drug, and she had her kidney failure. Creatinine was elevated, and she was admitted in the ICU. No advance directives. On talking to her, she lives alone with an 82-year-old mother, and she says, please don't tell my mom that I'm here. I will be going back home. But I knew this lady is not going back home. So when I spoke to her, she said she has nobody else other than her mother. And she has not spoken to her sister for 10 years. They were in fight, but that was the only next of kin. So I was able to call the sister, make her understand your sister is in the ICU right now. We want to see if you will be willing to take responsibility to be medical power of attorney. Both of them spoke. We got 2 witnesses in the ICU room with the social worker, got the documents completed. And 4 hours later, this patient gets intubated because renal failure. Now we cannot take her off the intubation without a permission from somebody. She was on pressors, means to keep her blood pressure elevated. And on the 3rd day with 4 pressors, that means maximizing pressors. Now we want to make sure we cannot keep this patient in a vegetable state. What are we doing at MD Anderson ICU, utilizing an acute hospital's acute bed? So called the sister. Now, sister has the decision making because we finished the documents when the patient was conscious. She made that decision, and her sister agreed to take that responsibility. She agrees that you can extubate, but please wait, I am coming. So she comes, and then we extubated her, and then patient passed. Sister took the responsibility to take the body and arrange the funeral. So the question was, if this medical power of attorney was not completed, what would have happened? This patient would have been sent to a long-term acute care hospital or a nursing home, intubated on machine. She would have lived there. We don't know how long, maybe like 9 years, how Nancy Cruzan and others lived. So it is very important to have a medical power of attorney who can make decision for you, and that helps the healthcare people. Second case study, I'm just talking about DNR here, so important. Another patient, because I told you my patients are phase 1 clinical trial, extensive cancer spread, majority of the time metastatic disease. So this patient had lung full of cancer, and she had a bronchoscopy, her saturation drops, and we have to send to ICU. And then I stop, I talk to the husband, hey, if she goes to ICU and intubated, she's never going to come out. He agrees to do not resuscitate. We kept her on the regular floor, but she started desaturating. Her own son, so she had a stepson, this was the second husband, spoke to on the phone, and he said, I'm coming. But she woke up next day because she was not intubated. She was able to talk. And she said, I know I'm agreeing for the DNR. Thank you for that. But if I know I'm dying, please do not take my body. Cremate me here. This is a Christian patient who wants to cremate the body and take my ashes back home. And then when sun comes, she passes. Her wishes were fulfilled, her ashes were taken back, but that helped the husband to arrange for funeral home here in Houston. How important was it here to have do not resuscitate? Because if she was resuscitated and kept in ICU, nobody would have known her wishes. It would have been too expensive to take the body back to another state. So that's why it is very important that what I'm discussing today, for all of us to understand. Briefly, advanced care planning, I discussed already, ongoing communication, help in decision-making. And then what is end-of-life preparedness? This is not preparation for funeral homes I'm talking. This is not, I'm talking about, okay, you are at end of life, what am I doing? This is, I'm talking accepting the death, psychologically, interpersonally, and practically. This is called preparedness for end of life. This is the terminology I use, and my research is under publication currently. Once it is published, we can use this term openly. So this is a transition that leads to an awareness and acceptance of one's forthcoming death that allows them to prepare for that death psychologically, interpersonally, and practically. Interpersonally means relish the bonds with the loved ones. Try to finish the unfinished task. Try to see if you can achieve your goal, because now you know that it is near. So I want to do the things which I can. Acceptance is very important. Awareness is important. So briefly, advanced care planning is a procedure and advanced directives are the product of that procedure. End-of-life preparedness is a knowledge and attitude transition that leads to awareness and acceptance of forthcoming death, that prepares psychologically, interpersonally, and practically for death, which ultimately leads to quality of life, quality of care, and quality of death. After that ICU cases I discussed, I did a quality improvement project for my clinical doctorate degree, where I wanted to see if an advanced care planning discussion, which were initiated by advanced practice provider like me, would result in improvement. And that did show that I had 40 patients enrolled, 20 from the clinical setting, 20 from the inpatient setting, and there were improvement in advanced directive documents. And not only that, patients were happy to be enrolled in hospice, knowing that they are at end of life, and there was improvement, and death occurred in hospice at home, not suddenly in the hospital setting without planning. The survey results which I gave to these 40 patients showed that a majority of the patients said that spending quality time with family and friends was extremely important, along with pain control, breathing better, and nutrition. They still said CPR was extremely important. So now I had to work towards that, because CPR is not for these metastatic cancer patients that can cause more harm than benefit. So my recent research in 2022, preparedness for end of life, my two research questions were, what is the preparedness for end of life in these patients who have advanced metastatic cancer and they are enrolled in a clinical trial? And how does the quality of communication in our advanced care planning discussions affect on those patients' preparedness? And I found that out of my 81 patients who I recruited through non-randomized convenient sampling, that 56.8% were prepared for end of life. However, 43 still not prepared. And these patients are at end of life. They should have been prepared already. So there is a task which I'm working on to do further. Substantial minority of the patients, they were moderate to completely worried. They mentioned about being a burden on their family. This is a feeling of a person who is actively sick and actively going to die soon. And they have a feeling that they are a burden to the family, and they're unable to discuss this with their family. And they are worried that their family will not be able to cope with the future without them. And with that worry, these patients end up dying, along with worry about the financial burden, and they were dying, thoughts were frightening them. So that means there is a room we have to do the improvement. So in the end, I would like to conclude my presentation with saying that advanced care planning discussions are very important, and they enhances the completion of advanced directives, provides end-of-life care based on a patient or a person's preferences that have impact on their quality of life and quality of death. Preparedness for end-of-life leads to an awareness and acceptance of death, which results in relinquishing bonds with the loved ones and help with reduced death anxiety. I wish I was aware about this and I would have spoken to my father almost 18 years ago. And I advise my professional colleagues, please do discuss with your patients, because somebody's father, somebody's mother, somebody's loved one will not have the same guilt that I lived for many years. And with this, I think I'm going to end my discussion. Thank you all for listening to me, and I'm happy for any questions.
Thank you, Poonam. Thank you for this wonderful presentation. And we are going to utilize you further. I have planned in our chapters, discussions, talks, and so on. So now I'm back to probably Partha, you can say a few words about her. Partha, you can unmute कर दीजिए.
हाँ, try करिए पाठक जी. Puram ji, I want to congratulate you for your excellent work. I learned so much from you. We are working on the initial end of cancer. You are working at the end of cancer. So we are completing the whole story. God bless you. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you. And I would like to request all audience here, please spread the word. Advanced directives are so important. You never know when you will be in need of those documents.
Sure.
Select a medical power of attorney, write down and get your wishes known, because you don't want to be going through how those two cases and so many cases still at MD Anderson I see going through, which may not reflect their wishes. Thank you so much for listening to me. I know it's a taboo topic, but I thank you so much for listening to me.
Very important topic. Very
Thank
important
you.
topic.
Yeah, Poonamji,
Yeah.
do you give like personal consultations or things like that, or something you can guide on?
I do present. I have done nationally and internationally on mainly professional organizations like medical professional, but I'll be happy to come and present, and I'll be happy to talk to whoever would like to. And Dr. Shukla will be, or Dr. Pathak ji will be my center of
No,
contact.
in this case, Poonamji, in this case, you can talk to PRS, Physician Referral Service.
Okay.
And through them, if you go, you can advise them.
Sure, we can
There
do.
will be some money involved. That money will go to Physicians Referral Service.
Okay, no problem.
We do
Yes.
that. I also do that, those kind of
Sure.
things.
Sure, I'm happy to help because this is very important.
Exactly.
And my goal is still towards making awareness on people on this part of their life, the end of life.
So can someone contact you from BSNA or somewhere?
Yeah.
Sure,
I'm from the Dr. Shuklaji's Houston chapter. Yes, sure.
Okay, all right, great. Good to know. Thank you, Poonamji. It was very informative. I'm a therapist myself, occupational therapist. I see that a lot here, so I know what you said. It's really important. Thank you.
So just to add, I'm the trainer and I'm training physicians and advanced practitioners at MD Anderson how to do the serious illness communication to explore our patient's goal. We are making a difference at MD Anderson currently in this field.
Also, Vijayji, her husband is a pharmacist.
Okay.
So could come.
Great.
So Poonamji, one thing I want to share, Sanjay Pandey from San Diego. I am in a biopharma biotech industry, and only reason I entered in this area when I was in high school, my grandmother Nani passed away from ovarian cancer, and that triggered me to come in this industry, make some contribution, whichever way, small way, and that's what my passion has been for past 35 some years. But great, thank you so much, Poonamji, for sharing all this information. In fact, this is the truth and ultimate truth of our life.
Exactly.
We try to deny it. We deny it. That's how our mind behaves. But this is the word that you are spreading. This is such a good thing. Keshavji, very nice. You brought Poonam for this topic. We will have more speakers in that same realm in future meetings. Thank you, Poonamji, again.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Poonamji. Very insightful talk. Thank you. Now we will move to our next session. I would request Alkaji to introduce the next session. Alkaji.
Thank you, Anuragji. Namaskar, everyone again. Next, we have Swami Tadatmanan ji from, there is Arsha Bodha Temple here in New Jersey. We are blessed to have him very close to our vicinity here. He is a great he's a great spiritual leader, and he has some insightful lectures which we would like to share here. A little bit about Swami Tadatmanan ji. He's a founder of the Arsha Bodha Center. He studied in US and India under Pujya Swami Dayanand ji. He attended 3-year residential course in Vedanta in Sanskrit taught by Pujya Swami ji at Arsha Vidya Gurukulam in 1987-89, and later served as the Gurukulam's manager. After Pujya Swami ji initiated him to sannyas in 1993, he taught at the Gurukulam and around the country until establishing his ashram, Arsha Bodha Center, in 2000. Swami Tadatmananji is a scholar of Sanskrit and former computer engineer. His background allows him to draw upon contemporary scientific and psychological insights while unfolding sacred Sanskrit scriptures. He thus endows the spiritual teachings of ancient India with great relevance and clarity. He has authored several books and CDs, including Roar of Ganges, Roar of Ganga, I would say, and Meditation, A Journey of Discovery. His teachings are full of warmth and humor as well. His style is informal and personal. He relates easily to all, including teenagers and children who love to sing bhajans to his guitar accompaniment. So that's why I thought it will be a great place to play his lecture here, because he explains things in a very simple manner where youth can engage. So I would request Bhavtoshji, if he is there, to play
I can
that.
play that.
Thank you, Bhavtoshji.
Yeah. Yeah, Anurag, you can just go ahead and play if you can.
Yeah.
The sound is not coming. That's why I thought
Let me
Bhavtosh.
do that. Let me do that. Let me do that.
Welcome. In our previous presentation on the doctrine of karma, we discussed how our actions sometimes produce
Is it okay
unexpected,
or should we change?
unpredictable results due to
It's good.
hidden variables, which are unseen factors that can influence the outcome of an action. These hidden variables are, in part, due to the fructification of adrishtapala. Adrishtapala is a result that is unseen, adrishta, at the time a karma is performed. So, adrishtapala is a result that is pending, waiting to fructify at some later time. And it is this adrishtapala that we refer to as my karma when we talk about the results of past actions that affect us in the present life. All this was discussed before and is summarized on the chart. In this presentation, our inquiry into the doctrine of karma will continue with an examination of how the outcome of every action is actually due to the combination of two main factors, adrishtapala and human effort. For guidance in this matter, we can turn to the third book of the Mahabharata, the Aranyaka Parva. There, we find an elaborate depiction of the trials and tribulations undergone by the Pandavas during their 12 years of exile in the forest. In chapter 33, there's a remarkable dialogue between Yudhishthira and his wife Draupadi. Their discussion is focused on how a righteous crown prince like Yudhishthira could end up suffering the injustice of exile, with all the humiliation and misery that it entails. To Yudhishthira's surprise, Draupadi proclaims some exceedingly profound teachings about the doctrine of karma. To account for her amazing depth of knowledge, she explains that when she was a little girl, her father, Drupada, had invited a wise Brahmana to live with them. This Brahmana had been blessed with great wisdom by none other than Brahaspati, the deity who served as priest and guru to the gods in heaven. The Brahmana imparted this great wisdom to Drupada, including teachings about the doctrine of karma. At those times, Draupadi sat in her father's lap, absorbing everything the Brahmana taught. In verse 30, Draupadi gives 3 different ways of explaining how everyone is subject to undergo undeserved suffering in life, even a righteous person like Yudhishthira. First, she says, Sarvameva hate naike. Eke, some people say that sarvam, everything that happens in life is hatena, is due to hatha, chance, occurring entirely at random. Secondly, she says, dishtena eke vadantyuta. Breaking the words apart, eke vadanti, other people say, everything that happens in life is dishta, ordained or determined by the adrishtapalas that fructify in this life. Thirdly, she says, purusha prayatnajam kechata. Kechata, other people say that everything that happens in life is due to purusha prayatna, the effort, prayatna, of a person, purusha. Then she concludes, Praidham etan niruchyate. Etat, this topic, about everything that happens in life, niruchyate, is explained, Praidham, in 3 different ways, as being due to chance, due to adrishtapala, or due to purusha prayatna, human effort. Now, we need to expand on Draupadi's observation here. Let's start with the third line. Many people profess that our lives are shaped exclusively by the decisions we make and the efforts we exert. They say we are all born with free will, so each of us is the captain of his own ship, so to speak. Yeah. We are free to choose any course we want as we navigate the river of life. This sounds good, but such people fail to acknowledge the hidden variables that can and do affect us while we're sailing down the river of life. In a sailboat, you can control your direction with the rudder, but you can't control the wind. If the wind blows in the wrong direction, your progress will be stalled. And if the wind stops altogether, your sailboat won't move an inch. Using our free will, we can choose to act, but we can't choose the outcome of that action. Sri Krishna says this very clearly in the most frequently quoted verse in the Bhagavad Gita. Karmanyevadikaraste ma paleshu kadachana. Te adhikaraha. You have authority, command, or choice, karmani eva, over your actions alone. Ma paleshu, but you have no command or choice over the results of those actions, kadachana, at any time. Simply put, we can choose our actions, but we can't choose the results, because the results are partly determined by our adrishtapala, as we discussed before. In the first line, Draupadi describes the view of others who are less optimistic. They believe that the hidden variables which affect us in life are basically random. When the outcome of an action is better or worse than expected, according to them, it's not due to the fructification of a drishtapala, it's merely a matter of chance. So, there's a 50-50 chance of an outcome being better or worse than expected. No doubt, randomness is a fact of nature. The smoke from an incense stick will spread out in the room even if the air is perfectly still. The random motion of air molecules is responsible for this phenomenon. Yet, there's no basis for saying that all hidden variables are random. What looks random might indeed be due to the fructification of adrishtapala. A scientist will say that your genes are selected at random, some from mother's DNA and some from your father's. But it's also possible that your genes have been determined by your adrishtapala according to the laws of karma. We noted before that scientists can't investigate Adrishtapala because it's unobservable. So they can't dismiss the possibility that your genome has been determined according to the laws of karma. For this reason, it's not true that all hidden variables are random. Some may be random, but some may be due to your past karma. In the second line, Draupadi describes the view of those who misinterpret the doctrine of karma. They correctly say that the hidden variables in life are dishta, ordained or determined by our adrishtapala from deeds committed before. But they make a mistake by claiming that everything that happens in life is determined exclusively by our adrishtapala and not by anything else. This view totally negates the role of human effort in producing results. And it also negates the possibility of any randomness in the universe. They go too far in claiming that adrishtapala is the sole factor in determining the outcome of our actions. Yet, some people cling to this misconception. And this misconception is particularly harmful because if the outcome of every action you perform is determined by your adrishtapala alone, then your efforts really don't make any difference. And if your efforts don't make any difference, then why should you bother making an effort at all? This unfortunate misconception can lead people to be resigned, submissive, and fatalistic. All three of the views described by Draupadi claim that one factor and one factor alone is responsible for the outcome of an action. But the truth is, all three of the factors are jointly responsible for what happens. And that's exactly what Draupadi explains in the next verse. Starting with the third line, Purusha palam apnoti. Purusha, a person, apnoti, obtains, palam, the results of an action, kinchit daivat, partly due to daiva, which refers to adrishtapala, datat kinchit, and partly due to hata, chance, kinchideva swakarmataha, and partly swakarmataha due to one's efforts. Chaturtam natra karanam. Naatra, there is no chaturtam, fourth, karanam, cause or factor. It's the combination of all three factors, chance, adrishtapala, and human effort, that determines result of a particular action. This is a central teaching of the doctrine of karma, and is very clearly described here by Draupadi. Now, we can turn to a traditional metaphor that vividly demonstrates how these factors affect us in our lives. Suppose you were to swim across a river. You start out swimming directly towards your destination on the far bank, but the current sweeps you a bit downstream from that spot. In this metaphor, swimming represents the human effort you exert in the performance of any karma, and the river's current represents the effects of your adrishtapala. You can think of it as a karmic current, since it represents the force of your past karmas. The randomness described before is not a major factor in this particular metaphor. Even though the water molecules are moving randomly, it really doesn't make any difference here, so we'll set this factor aside for now. The purpose of this metaphor is to show that the outcome of your actions depends jointly on these two main factors, human effort and past karma. The importance of either factor cannot be discounted. This metaphor is also useful in answering several common questions about the doctrine of karma. First of all, can the force of our past karmas make it impossible for us to reach our goals? Not necessarily, as this metaphor shows. Does the river's current make it impossible for you to reach your goal on a far bank? There are several ways to reach that spot. You could swim across a river and then walk up the other side, or you could walk up the near side of the river and then swim across. Or, if you're really smart, you could swim across a river at the exact angle that compensates for the force of the current. These examples nicely demonstrate how we can accommodate or compensate for the effects of past karmas in our lives. We often do this instinctively, without even thinking about karma. When you're driving and traffic on the road is too heavy, you take another route. When you want a raise in salary at work, but your supervisor refuses, you get yourself transferred to another department. When obstacles in life arise due to the fructification of past karmas, we often instinctively respond by taking the necessary steps to either remove the obstacles or to find a way to go around them. There's another aspect of the laws of karma nicely demonstrated by this metaphor. The strength or intensity of the effects of our past karmas can vary considerably. Sometimes the force of the karmic current in life can be extremely strong, perhaps due to the fructification of adrishtapala arising from some extremely powerful past actions. But sometimes the force exerted by our past karmas can be quite weak. In the case of the river, if the current is fairly weak, and if you're a strong swimmer, it won't affect you much. You could even swim directly upstream. In the same way, if the force exerted by the fructification of your past karma is fairly weak, and if you exert sufficient effort, you can overcome any and all obstacles created by your past karma. On the other hand, there are times in life when the force exerted by the fructification of our past karmas is exceedingly strong. At such times, we need to employ suitable strategies to meet those challenges. Suppose the river we've been talking about lies in India, and you arrive at its banks during the monsoon season, when heavy rains have caused the river to swell, turning it into a violent torrent of rushing water. If you were to try to swim across the river, you would certainly drown. This scenario represents the times in life when the force of our past karmas is overwhelming. No matter how hard we might try, we will not be able to overcome the unyielding force of such powerful karmic currents. But in such situations, failure or disaster is not inevitable. Even though we have no choice or control over the powerful adrishtapalas that are fructifying, we always have choice over our actions. This is a crucially important principle. No matter what kind of obstacles our past karmas might produce, we can always choose how we respond in any situation. We're never truly helpless. To illustrate this, if the river is a raging torrent, only a fool would jump in. A wise person would wait for the monsoon season to end and for the river to return to its normal, placid state. Then he or she could easily swim across. In the same way, when insurmountable obstacles are created by our past karmas, the best response might simply be to wait. When heavy traffic grinds to a halt, or when the boss says no to your request for a raise, patience is required. Before long, the traffic will start moving again. And you might find that your supervisor eventually changes his mind about your raise if you continue to work hard and with a good attitude in spite of his refusal. Also, there's another intelligent way to respond to the obstacle presented by the swollen river. You could choose a different destination, on this side of the river instead of the spot on the far bank. This example points to the fact that there are many important goals in life worthy of being sought. When we meet with insurmountable obstacles created by our past karmas, sometimes we need to re-evaluate our goals. If we're flexible enough to make the necessary adjustments, we can continue to move forward in life by shifting the direction of our efforts towards a new objective. If the traffic is so bad, maybe you don't really need to go to Starbucks for that coffee. And when your supervisor says no to your request for a raise, you could certainly look for another job. As they say, when one door closes, another opens. Based on all this, we are never, ever helpless in the face of our past karmas. To assume that you are helpless is an utterly self-defeating mistake. To understand this, suppose a foolish person accidentally falls into the river and realizes a powerful current is sweeping him downstream. If he feels helpless, he might panic and wildly thrash about in the water. While he's doing so, he'll continue to be swept downstream towards the rocks and waterfall. This example demonstrates what can happen when we suddenly find ourselves thrust into situations that are frightening and threatening. Situations born of our past papa karmas, situations for which we are totally unprepared. Suppose your car accidentally veers off the road and ends up in a ditch. If you become frozen by panic and fear, how will you get out of the ditch? In other situations, instead of panic and fear, your mind might be flooded by anger and resentment, like if a careless driver were to crash into your car. If you respond by shouting a non-stop flow of verbal abuse, your impulsive and foolish behavior will only succeed in making a bad situation even worse. When our past karmas give rise to frightening or threatening situations, what can we do to respond more effectively? To answer that question, consider what an intelligent person would do after accidentally falling into the river. She might allow herself to float downstream for a few moments to calm herself and to determine the strength and direction of the current. Then, armed with this knowledge, she can figure out how to safely swim back to the near bank. Based on this example, if your car ends up in a ditch or struck by another car, an intelligent response might be to wait a few moments before doing anything, to calm yourself and allow the adrenaline rush to fade away. Those few moments can not only help settle your emotions, but they can also give you an opportunity to better understand the karmic current into which you've been swept. Then, with a composed mind and thoughtful deliberation, you can respond more appropriately and effectively to the situation. In times of crisis, they say, don't just sit there, do something. But based on these observations, it might be better to take the opposite approach. Don't just do something, sit there. That means don't just act impulsively. Take some time to compose yourself and to think clearly before you act. Of course, in stressful situations, many people find it difficult to avoid panic, fear, anger, and impulsive behavior. In the heat of the moment, when your past karma fructifies by thrusting you into a new crisis, the way you respond depends largely on your state of mind. Some people's minds are naturally more composed and resilient, whereas others are more easily thrown off balance. For those who are subject to being thrown off balance in this way, regular prayer and meditation can bring about a tremendous decrease in the mind's reactivity and instability. Over the years, I've witnessed this transformation in myself and in many other spiritual practitioners. Regular prayer and meditation definitely helps develop an inner poise or calmness that persists even in stressful situations. Your own ongoing practice can help you remain steadfast at that so-called still point at the center of the storm, each time you encounter the challenges that arise due to the fructification of Papa Karma. Then, blessed by the fruits of your spiritual practice, you can more calmly and confidently navigate your way along the river of life. Om Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinah Sarve Santu Niramayaha Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu Ma Kaschit Dukkha Bhag Bhavet Asato Ma Satgamaya Tamaso Ma Jyotirgamaya Mrityor Ma Amritangamaya Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
Thank you. This is a great session, and Alkaji, thank you for sharing a lot of learnings and a wonderful, like, sit there, do nothing. And it reminds me, you don't have to just get excited and act. Absolutely wonderful. Thank you very much for sharing. Anybody wants to say something, please go ahead.
Yeah, I think this is excellent. And I think this is the place where we were planning to do this BSNA convention this time in Arsha Vidya Kurukulam, but that did not work out. So this was the very first choice for us actually in that ashram in Pennsylvania.
Actually, this is Arsha Bodha in I would say it's in Franklin. So Swamiji's one ashram is right here. He also goes to Pennsylvania, I know. But he also does, he used to do more classes for younger kids and young kids and the youth. Now he has limited his lectures. So, and I was hoping he could speak in person, but, you know, Vasanti ji said that this will be the best for now. I just like how he explains things to young kids and makes it even funny sometimes for them to understand in a very easy way to for them to get interested in listening to our Vedanta.
Thank you. Thank you, Alkaji. As we move on with our programs, and you all have been very good audience, we are going to have general body meeting that would be for 15 minutes. And after that, we'll have 15 minutes for Q&A slot. We would like to hear all the feedbacks and the suggestions how we can improve further. So please stay for the Q&A session as well and provide your valuable feedbacks. I would request Dr. Ajay Pandey to take it over for the next session.
Great. Thank you, Anuragji. Thanks for hosting the session. You are doing a great job. This is very smooth running. And thanks everyone for participating. Can I share my desktop, please?
Yeah.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Show the slide.
Slides?
Yes.
Are you able to see? Okay, great, great. Thank you.
No.
So this session, actually, this is general body meeting. So myself being the president of BSNA, I will cover some of the topics. Dr. Keshav Shukla, president of GBC, he will talk about some of the things about GBC, and then our treasurer of BSNA, Vivek Pandey will come and he will kind of brief us on the activities, financial thing, which is of key interest to a lot of people, and how we are doing. I think that's the backbone. That's what run the organization. So with that, let me go to the next one. So what I wanted to cover here, essentially, I took over as BSNA president this January, and I think Sanjay ji, Kishore ji previously, and numerous our past presidents have done marvelous job, defining what BSNA is, and I want to kind of continue the same focus. And so these are my 5 focus essentially. I don't want to really go through everything, but essentially mission and vision alignment. So why we are here, right? Once we define why we are here, doing what and how is easier, right? So so we are here to promote, and everything has this end to protect, preserve, and promote Brahminic values. And so I want to see that mission and vision alignment with everyone. Our strategic planning, I want to work with board of director and key stakeholders to make things happen and plan for the future of BSNA. What can we do, specific goals, action steps, and what is the timeline, right? We don't want to keep saying that something we are going to do and we never do it, right? And that's why we have so many young people actually joining BSNA. If you look at the next slide, will be my EC slide, you'll see almost more than 3/4 of the people are new. And why they came along? Because they believe in our mission and vision statement. We also want to focus on program development and impact. So one of the examples you must have seen, matrimonial stuff. There are other programs, Shiv Pathak ji working on volunteering stuff. So we want to see what programs we are going to execute and what is the impact of that on our community. And again, the Radha Mohan ji yesterday said that we keep getting calls about matrimonial and other stuff, right? Mostly involving youth, how we can engage them with BSNA and teach them Brahminic values. So following that one, community engagement, and that's one of the focus, right? We want to, I think when we started, we had a lot of BSNA chapter in a lot of states, and somehow some of the chapters have become dormant. So my focus will be to start new chapters and encourage the dialogue, collaboration between amongst the people, and promote the Brahminic values and heritage. And I think most of our community members are looking for that kind of organization. And when they find, oh, I get a call like, oh, I didn't know that we had a Brahmin Samaj of North America. So how can I get involved? Last one I have on this is fundraising and financial sustainability. So this is one of the most important topic, and we have done a great job. If you look at Vivek ji will present some of the stuff we have done. We are really in good financial situation, and our BOT and patrons and benefactors, they keep supporting us all the time. So I think this is amazing. And I do want to focus that one and involve more donors and sponsors. And at the same time, I want to make it transparent, and our financial accounting will be the best amongst the nonprofits. So that's kind of will bring a lot more people to our organization, and we can do a lot of stuff. So with that, let me go to the next one. So this is, I did go through some of these first day. So we have a new executive committee member, as I mentioned. I'm the president, executive vice president, president-elect Praveen Sharma ji, Shiv Pathak ji is vice president, Lakshmi Shankar Dubey ji is vice president, Dr. Sukrit Mukherjee is the general secretary, Vivek Pandey ji is the treasurer, Anurag ji, who is the host today, is the assistant treasurer, Bhautoj Bharadwaj ji is the data website and IT director. Bhautoj ji is also the convention director for this convention. We have a social media membership and marketing director, Sanjay Tiwari ji, matrimonial Radha Mohan ji, director external organization coordination Somnath ji. So Somnath ji is doing a good job with reaching out to other organizations and how we can work together. Director of marketing and strategic planning, Sirish ji, as you can get from his talk, he is into marketing and strategic planning. So you want to take advantage of his expertise. Sanjay ji is our senior advisor, being the past president. Keshav ji is also senior advisor and editor-in-chief of Brahmvani, Brahmjyoti. And Ganesh Dadish ji is the associated editor for that one. So this is the EC, our board of trustees, who are very active also, and several of them are here. Dr. Sen Pathak ji, Dr. Salil Tiwari ji, Dr. Sarvjanya Dwivedi ji, Keshav Shukla ji, Vinod Mishra ji, Mrs. Urvasi Pathak, Akaraju ji, his talk was yesterday, Chakradhar Sharma ji, Gopal Chaturvedi ji, Jendra Tripathi ji, and certainly our past president, Dr. Sanjay Pandey ji. Our patrons are doctors. Okay, before I move there, chapters are the key part of BSNA. That's why we exist. BSNA cannot exist without the chapters, right? So our focus is again in taking this BSNA to different chapters, right? We want to increase the number of chapters. So currently, these are the active chapters. We do have to revive other dormant ones. Dr. Sukrit Mukherjee is doing good job in California, LA area. Rajiv ji in San Diego. Shalini, Ms. Sally Pandey is Minnesota. Vijay Mishra ji is from Michigan. You have seen him very active in this convention. Brish Kumar Pathak ji is from Texas, Houston. Shri Gaur is from Texas, Dallas. Alka ji is chapter president from New Jersey. Bhautoj ji is chapter president from New York City. And our newest entry, Mrs. Nidhi Sharma, she is from Atlanta. So I have missed typo here. She's Atlanta, so we are going to start that. As you can see, our chapter format is kind of changing. Rather than moving in a chapter for each state, we are moving chapter for each metro area, kind of. So that will bring a lot of people together, and that's how we are going to move forward. Our patrons are Dr. Sen Pathak, Dr. Mahesh Vyas, late Dr. Srikant Mishra, Dr. Salil Tiwari, Dr. Mahendra Mishra ji, and Sri Lalan Mishra ji. I also want to, actually don't forget about the newest thing we started. We have BSNA intern for this calendar year. And Rishabh Dubey is the first one. He's a computer science freshman at University of Wisconsin, Madison. He is CS major. His duties are to website enhancement, membership compilation help, and work with EC and board members to help achieve BSNA's goal by implementing clearly defined tasks. So we can this is resource BOT members and EC members we want to take. Second intern is Nikhil Tiwari. He's a high school senior, Stony Creek High School in Rochester, Michigan. He will help with archiving all the data and historical document. And what I found that most of the data are sitting on C drive of people. So we are going to compile all the data starting from 1995 and keep it at our website. So everyone who is member will have access to those. He will also explore compilation of prospective family from all over USA. So the idea is to how many Sharmas and Tiwaris and Dubey and Pandays are there all over, and other Brahmins, and we will reach them out just to become a member and let them know that, hey, we are here. And also Nikhil's task will be to work with EC and BOT's member. So some of the ongoing activities which we are involved in, fundraising. Dr. Salil Tiwari's initiative is also to help BSNA. He has a company and he is assigning a certain portion of proceed for some of the stocks for BSNA. So that's a very generous goal from Dr. Tiwari. And also Dr. Dwivedi has initiative for his company to support us. And I think the first one, Dr. Salil Tiwari, he has a foundation. His dad, Dr. Satish Tiwari, he was a very active member of BSNA. So he has initiative to fund us also in the future. Lalan Misra ji has come forward with help and he wants to implement specific items. So we are looking forward to working with him. And again, one of the key way to help our youth and BSNA family is for matrimonial, which Radha Mohanji is overseeing. Before that, Shuklaji, Kesoji, you want to say something on GBC?
Yes. Just a moment. Okay, I don't have any slide for that. Let me update to this general body.
Anuragji, if you can focus on Keshavji, that will be good. Then I can come back on this one. Yeah.
Okay, welcome you all. I think it was a wonderful and very successful program for these 3-day sessions. Wonderful people and wonderful new people, new ITs, new culture program.
Beautiful.
Coordinators. And of course, with the participation of all the EC board members, patrons, and also it was also one of the occasions to dedicate our program to Dr. late Srikant Mishra ji. So I would start about GBC, that the GBC idea came in 2011 in the Phoenix Convention in Arizona. And Dr. Mishra was at the time, I think, the chairman of the board. So idea was that we should have an umbrella organization where organizations should have their membership, and being the membership of organization, all the members of that organization will be automatically the part of GBC, which is Global Brahmin Confederation. So, and also there was another recommendation there, which was accepted by the general body, that the GBC is not the competitor of BSNA, of course. So, but BSNA became live member, so we are going to work together, BSNA and GBC. Whatever funding comes through this convention or anyway, it goes to BSNA. GBC members here are, for example, when I am the president currently, Dr. Srikant Mishra was the chairman, and that position will be filled next year. And the presidents of each organization, like Brahman Samaj of India is also a member of GBC. There are a number of other organizations in India which are part of the members of GBC. Also, we have presence in the Trinidad, Netherlands, and UK and other countries. And there are also members of GBC. To become the member of GBC, we have $100 life membership and $25 annual membership. But we are open for that because you are supporting organizations voluntarily. So whoever comes, like since last 2 days, you saw a number of people from India participating in this convention. They also come here physically for the in-person convention through GBC. So we promote, in fact, BSNA also altogether. That's why many members of GBC or BSNA members, I'm talking out of India. Here, everybody is member of BSNA, right? And sponsoring and supporting BSNA. So, and then, of course, goals are that we should unite Brahmins globally. So whenever, especially we have a strong presence in New Delhi, as you have listened from Sri Bispati Trivedi ji. I don't know whether many of you know about him in detail. He is former IAS, Secretary of MP government. Then he went to Delhi on deputation. He is now retired. And after his retirement, he took over as the president of BSI, Brahman Samaj of India. And they have very strong group there. IAS, IPS, you can name some politicians, some social workers. And we have presence in Bombay, Maharashtra. They are doing very good job. In Gujarat, we have. Last time we invited a judge of Gujarat High Court and also the chairman of the Human Rights Commission in Gujarat was our keynote speaker. So we have spread a lot there, but here we are working together. And there are a number of board members from India and also from here, like Dr. Sen Pathak ji, Sanjay ji, also Executive Vice President, and there are many of them here, like Brahmani, Brahmjyoti. You know, Brahmjyoti is from GBC, and Brahmani is from BSNA. So we combine together, publish together everything. Okay. But goal is that we should unite, and these are the challenging jobs. These are not overnight jobs or work that you can accomplish. But yes, when we go to India and Delhi, we have a lot of inputs from them, and they respect. They have a sort of a meeting there always. Whether I go, Sanjay ji went last time. Dr. Pathak ji had been there. Srikant Mishra ji used to go a lot. And anybody of this group, if you are visiting India, please let us know. We can have very good dialogue there. By the way, another thing that the organization's president are automatically the vice president of GBC. It's by law. So BSI president, when Ajay ji is now the vice president of GBC. So this is the way. We are not doing elections like we used to do for BSNA. In BSNA also, when I became president, I changed. There was some rule to follow to change the bylaws. Because, this is a small organization, and I realized that when we have election, if somebody is not happy, he will move out of the organization. And it happens a lot. It means in a number of organizations. I'm not going to go to the history here. That's why we changed the law that we are going to elect executive vice president of BSNA, who would automatically become the president of BSNA after 3 years, right? And then form the new EC. And we need experienced people, having expertise, having motivation to promote Brahmanic values, our Vedic culture heritage here, and also support globally GBC. So those are some of the goals that we are going to adhere. Of course, personally, I or anybody like Sanjay ji, Pathak ji, all are originally part of BSNA, and in that capacity, we take members from BSNA to GBC, okay, as we move forward. So we have all EC members, board members, but we have made them global. Like one of another information that the grandson of Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya, he had been the patron of our GBC. The Sringeri Sankaracharya, he was here, so we also invited him as the patron of GBC. So there are a number of people, and then we keep that organizing depending on who is available, right? And so if you have any question, you can I can answer on behalf of GBC, while we'll continue to perform globally. And you saw that even in this meeting or in any meeting, there are always attendees from GBC. Whoever coming from outside is part of GBC. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Keshavji. So let's go to our treasurer, Vivek Pandeyji. And after that, we are also going to announce PVSA Award, Presidential Volunteering Service Award, which Shiv Pathakji will do. So we are, I think, running good. We should be done pretty quickly here. So Vivekji, if you can talk about the stuff, I'll move to next one.
Ajayji, excuse me, Ajayji.
Yeah.
Alkaji has to leave. She has another commitment. Is it okay if she can speak for a minute? Alkaji.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Thank you, Vijayji. Thank you so much. And sorry for the inconvenience, everyone. As we scheduled to be done latest by 2:30, and I had previous commitment. I appreciate you allowing me to just say a few words. I have not prepared anything, but I just wanted to take 2 minutes to appreciate everyone's coming to this convention. And I wanted to appreciate Dr. Sanjay Pandeyji, Dr. Ajay Pandeyji, Dr. Sain Pathakji, and Keshav Shuklaji. There are many more names, but I apologize if I did not take any other distinguished people's name here at BSNA. I know you have run an amazing legacy here. I'm so blessed and obligated to have this opportunity to say a few things, and was given this opportunity to MC yesterday's program, which I thoroughly enjoyed. I hope I did not make any mistakes. And if I did, I want to just please accept my apology if I made any errors or any mistakes. I just wanted to end this and conclude this by saying again, my humble thanks to everyone.
Thank you.
I hope I'll get more opportunities like this. I also want to mention that my association with BSNA is not new. Last 2 years, I think, last 2 years, I think I submitted my own performance of Kathak dance. as I am also trained in Kathak dance. And even before that, I have tried my little contribution, whatever I could, but I am looking forward to contribute more actively moving forward. Thank you so much.
Thank
you, Alka, so much for doing a great job.
Great job, Alkaji, great job.
My
Great job,
Great
My
job.
apology to interrupt.
Alka, one thing lost, okay? It was an excellent program, okay, and well coordinated by ITs and also by you, right? So we are having 3 days program, enjoying everything, but missing the delicious food. So next time, because I always say Brahmanam Madhurapriyam.
You're right.
So
Thank you so much. And thanks to my NJ team. We need to keep in touch. Convention is done this weekend, but we need to have another picnic to celebrate our convention.
Great work.
Please
Great
don't
work.
go away. Okay.
Great work.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Namaskar.
Namaste.
Namaskar. So, namaste everyone. I am Vivek Pandey. I am serving as a treasurer of BSNA, and I would like to thank you, Kesavji, Dr. Sanjay Pandey, and Dr. Ajay Pandey for giving me this opportunity to serve as treasurer. So, can we move to next slide, Ajayji?
Yes.
Yeah, so I wanted to show the accounting status of the BSNA. We have our account in Wells Fargo, and we have 3 accounts, 2 checking and 1 saving. 1 checking is for the convention because we give we add to convention directors on that account, and the rest of the accounts are like the current treasurer and president, and I think a couple other other members. And our accounting is, I mean, our IRS and tax is current, thanks to Kesavji and Sanjay Pandeyji, who does the tax for our organization. That becomes like free for us, so we save money on that. So here is the accounts information, like from 2020 to 2020, and you can see that we are going up by little amount, but still we are growing up. So that's a good sign.
Very good.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah, and I think we encourage people to become the member, and whoever can, like our few members, like donate the money. That is very good sign that people are encouraging and for this activity. You can see the numbers. I can speak out, like we have saving balance like 83,000 we had in 2020, and checking balance is 20,000. So, and next year it went very little up. Overall, it went like $6,000, and as of December 2022, we had like 125,643.70. Can we go to next slide, please? Here, like as of July 26th, we have like 132,449. So, I mean, you can see from the bar chart that we are going up. It's slow move, but still we are going up. So that's a good sign. We publish a yearly magazine like Brahm Bharati and Brahmwani. I think I covered rest of the things. So yeah, if you have any question, please shoot me email or you can ask right now. And the other thing is, I forgot to mention that any fund comes from any chapter, that 20% goes to the BSNA and 80% remains for that particular chapter.
Vivekji.
Yeah.
Let me elaborate on that, on 20%, 80%.
Ji, go ahead, please.
About this convention, means when we have in-person convention, so what we do, in one of the checking accounts, we put the name of the convention director so that he or she can have access with some funding, which we call seed money. And we try to take that back to the donations so that we should not overspend anything. About 2080, whenever we have the rule that we are following, that in the year, if you are doing your chapter activities, you got some funding, donations, and for that event. So once those checks are deposited to the Wells Fargo Bank, to BSNA, during that year, through the invoice, you can have that fund reimbursed from that fund. In the next year, the remaining balance in that account will be 80 and 20. Okay, so 80 will go to BSNA and 20% and 80% will go to chapter next year. But this is just for the, not for the convention, it is just for the local chapter activities. Okay. Sanjay ji, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, I mean, just to clarify on 80-20, because we get a lot of questions on that. So whatever, suppose a chapter has $1,000 in a year. So if you can spend, but you have to keep track of that, you can spend that money. You can spend all of it, right? But don't go overboard. If you go overboard, you have to make arrangement to fundraise again. So at the end of the fiscal year, suppose December 31st of that year, if out of $1,000, $100 is left, so $100 out of $100, $80 will stay with the chapter, will roll over to the next year, $20 will go to the BSNA, right? So this is how the whole format is working, and this is just want to clarify on that part. If you have any question on that, and also I will encourage that all the chapter president and chapter people should keep track of their expenses and also receipts. That's important for the tax filing. We need to have a receipt. You submit the receipt, you keep track of how much expense has been done in each chapter. Excel sheet, you can copy it to some of us, but keep track of that receipt, right? So that it can be reimbursed through BSNA, and they're also helpful during the tax preparation, because people who are involved in tax preparation, that time it becomes a nightmare to find those receipts, find those expenses where they are. Okay, so this is just a little bit addition to what Vivek ji and Keshav ji has mentioned. Anything you want to, any additional question, please reach out to Ajay ji, Vivek ji, or Keshav ji or me, and we will be happy to discuss with you and clarify. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjay ji and Keshav ji, for clarifying. I think, yeah, I'm done with my slides, unless somebody has some questions.
Great, Vivek ji. Thank you for getting involved in treasurer. I think our treasurer office has been a little bit lax, so we have to do a good job in keeping account for each chapter. I think they expect more transparency and with what's happening with the chapter fund. So I think we need to have we are going to have a better response to any question that comes back. So we should have a quick response for any inquiry about that chapter activities and balance. So with that, let's move to our Presidential Volunteering Service Award announcement. That's a big secret now. Shiv ji, let's take over. Anurag ji, can you unmute Shiv Pathak ji?
हाँ जी, हाँ, he can unmute now.
Namaskar. Thank you, Ajay ji, and great program. We are almost there, so I will not take much time. I'll show you just online what it is, what the award is. So you see my screen now. This award is to recognize anybody who does public service. It can be anybody who is US citizen and more than 5 years old. There are 4 categories: kids, teens, young adults, and adults. We got registered for this back in 2016. Since then, we have been awarding these awards to all the eligible applicants every year. This year was the maximum number of people we awarded based on their applications, total 27. This is the list, but in summary, there were 2 kids, 8 teens, one young adult, and 16 adults. And as you can see, all the chapters are well represented: California, New York. Houston is more in terms of numbers. Houston and California were at the top, but it is simply because these chapters have, the award is more popular, better known in these chapters rather than other chapters. We would like to offer everybody who works, who offers their time for free. The only condition is this: anything which is done without getting paid can be treated as volunteerism, except these categories which are defined here. One of them is like encouraging others to change their religion or performing paid worship services. But generally, everything we do in the BSNA, like we are even conducting this convention, can be considered as volunteering and be eligible for these awards. In these awards, normally, depending on the category and number of hours we work, it can be a gold, silver, or lifetime award, or bronze is another category. It is a pin for accompanied by a signed certificate from the President of USA, whoever is at that time. For example, currently it is Mr. Biden. So I encourage everybody to take the opportunity and get benefited from this. And especially it is useful for young adults and teens who are applying for colleges or trying to create their resume and establish themselves in the community. So with that, I will conclude, and these awards will be sent to the home address by BSNA after this convention.
I want to add something here just for general information.
Sure.
That, Shivaji keeps sending or posting, and also Ajayji sent by email, and it has been posted, I think, on bsna.org. There is a spreadsheet. Those who are offering volunteer services, they can go and enter the number of hours. There is, I think, information about the age to just define senior, junior, like adult for kids. Email, some simple contacts, and then that goes to Shivaji for his approval, and then he sends to the office of the PBSA. And when I was president, it was initiated, and it was a very good idea that he could figure out somewhere that he can do this, and then I encouraged him move forward. So since then, every year we are giving that award. Last time we gave that award, Lifetime Achievement Award, to Dr. Akara Sarmaji. Which was very wonderful, and he applied for that. So please, this is not the decision of Shivaji. This is your decision that you go use that spreadsheet, enter the number of hours, your detail, then it would go to the coordination, or Shivaji is coordinating that, and then he will move forward to PBSA award.
Thank you, Shukla. Yeah, it is basically we have been entrusted to verify, validate, and recommend for this award. BSNA has been entrusted. So as long as you are performing the services and collecting the data, it can be claimed.
So Shivaji, so how many awards do we have from BSNA this year?
This year, total 27.
Great, thank you. Okay.
By the way, the package has, because there is still my address, because we when you registered, and it is not about to register every time. It is only one time. So the package has come to my house. When Shivji comes to Houston, he will pick up and take care of everything.
Thank you.
Okay, the last slide I had actually was Mahendra Mishraji's effort in helping people in India. I don't see him here on the. So Sanjay ji, you want to talk about it?
Sanjay ji can help you.
Yes, so this initiative Mahendra Mishraji has taken in honor for his wife who passed away a few years ago. So he was talking to me, a few years ago that she wanted to educate girls in a financially poor background in India. And because growing up among 4 brothers, I think Chakradharji is the one of them in Michigan, and 2 brothers in California, Praveen Sharma, the other one. I forget the name, other one. So anyway, so she only woman in the family, education at that time was not encouraged. So she, when maybe talked to Mandaji, and she said, when I'm not here, then you take the money and educate the poor girls. So we have identified a school out of Varanasi, and I keep track of them, their progress. If they are lacking something, I talk to them, give some additional help. So he is funding for the college, all the 4 years of college education, funding them. So this is the one school, but he is also funding other girls where money is a lot more. That comes from another source, that is a organization in California up north, SFO, this another group he's funding there. But in this case, he's funding all these girls for 4 years, and they are doing very well actually. So this is the initiative he has taken to help these financially poor girls. BSNA should be very grateful to him.
Great, thank you. So Anuragji, I think we are done with our formal presentation, and I think on the schedule is 15 minutes of Q&A or comments from general body meeting. Anyone wants to say something, and after that we'll conclude after 15 minutes of comments and question.
Yeah, thank you, Ajay.
Anuragji, if you can unmute everyone, and people can raise their hand, and we'll go one by one.
Ajay ji, sorry, एक और चीज हम लोग कर सकते हैं before we take question answer. Can we do that? Actually, usually during general body meeting, there are a lot of people passed away from our BSNA, the community. And usually we do like a minute of silence. We did actually in the beginning. So can we do for a minute of silence, like Raga Mishra ji last year, Shrikant ji, plus Akka Raju Sharma's wife, so all these other people passed away. Can we do like 1 minute of silence, then come back to Q&A?
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Let's do 1 minute of silence.
Yes. Om Shanti Shanti
Shanti Shanti.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Can I say?
Yeah, Parasinji, go.
Namaskaram, Dr. Sharma. Can you hear me?
Yes, tell him.
Go ahead.
Very good. I enjoyed the conference immensely, and I think I have given a very important lecture yesterday. The key point in that lecture is that we, as a South Asian community, need to establish long-term roots and move forward rather than an isolated single group. So I gave the points to take home regarding the diaspora, USA, and the Telugus having led it from the beginning for the last 50 years. That doesn't mean what I want you to focus on with the 26 major languages are there. What Ajayji you can do is to pick out one representative from each of these language groups and create a focus group to let us move forward and develop. At the same time, we need to leave behind roots of our language and culture without ethnocentrism, that's not being focused only Hindus and Hindu temples and all that, but a little bit more open-minded and do so to begin with right away. I think I opened the door and I showed some clues that can be done. And needless to say, we need to act together. Moving forward, that the University of Delhi in India has the Department of Diaspora, where we need to put our footprint or at least an impact statement there as to what and how we in our adopted country of USA have developed focus on Indian, South Asian points of view. One final point, I had been very privileged to participate in this thing, and I did give a presentation in 1976 when USA celebrated the bicentennial 200th centenary of independence. It was a lot of joy to do that, and it was equally pleasurable to deliver this. I rest. I had a lot of things done. I have a message for everybody. For some reason, the message got a little bit truncated. Part 2 came first and part 1 came second. So read it in the proper context and accept it. I appreciate the kindness all of you have given to us. And one final point, you did mention it. My dear wife, Akaraja Kameswari Devi, she is now in Lord Venkateswara Swami's home. She was so delighted with BSNA, and she verbally gave two lectures, and one of them on Potana Bhagavatam is, believe it or not, is read by more than 37,000 people. I can't believe it. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for listening. I'm very grateful to you.
Thank you, Aguraji. I will get back with you the initiative you suggested. So that's a great initiative, and we'll make it happen. Next, I see the raised hand from Nitin Dubeji. If you can unmute yourself, please.
Yeah, you can unmute, yeah, Nitinji.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I'm so delighted to be connected with you guys. I just came to know a few weeks about BSNA organization through my brother-in-law in New Jersey. I'm very, very fortunate. I've been living in Connecticut since I came. I'm in IT, and we don't have so much Brahmin people. I would say my kind, where I come from. My sisters come from Rajasthan, grew up in Maharashtra. So I always try to I try to volunteer for more Sanatanic values such as temples, Gayatri Parivar, whenever I get chance. So I'm so delighted to connect it to you. I would like to offer whatever I can from my area. So I'll talk to one of you guys. Ajayji, I sent you a message. Sorry, I couldn't revert back to you as I had spoken to Radha Mohanji. So I actually had some questions which I always struggled, and I call that, I would ask guidance from all you seniors who have been running this. So very first question I would like, for everyone's benefit, that all these 3 days presentations you give, can we get those slides that we can share with other people, relatives, because that can be children's, that can be beneficial to not just Brahmins and other groups, where we can inculcate these values to other people who share similar values.
Yes, Nitinji, if you can send a email message to BSNA president at BSNA.org. We'll send you a link. Everything is online.
Okay.
We'll send you a link for the presentation.
Yeah, and like I already said, my second thought was like I would like to volunteer. I don't know what it means to open a chapter, how much commitment is required, but I would like to see what commitment, how much hours, so then I can say, how much I can help.
Yeah, so we have a standard operating procedure, how to start a new chapter, and we are coming up with different ways of doing it. So we'll certainly work with you to start a new chapter.
Definitely, yeah, that's good. And then there's one thing, I had twin boy and girl. They recently graduated from UConn. Both are now working in respectable places, and I'm proud of them. We try to inculcate all those values, what we try that other kids do it. I would like to know if there is an FAQ. I could do this Google on and get something on my own. But what I found that when kids go to college, they get challenged. Suddenly you see that behavior, what we see until high school. Kids are so much into our teachings, they value everything. They still do, but now they show that they are grown up. When they go to college, they get challenged. Oh, how come this? And they learn from tutors, Instagram, more so-called liberal views where they ask questions. How come Rama abandoned his wife? Things like that, where kids don't have that much knowledge to answer at them. So I was thinking, how can we create FAQs with answers from scholars?
Yes, sorry to interrupt you. So I think there is activity going on. That's exactly the same.
Very good.
So we have a sort of all these how we do things, right? And why you do things. So there's an initiative from actually Neha Sharma ji. She's working on that one. So we are putting together, and we'll have that on Google website as well as if you need. We can.
Very good. Yeah. The reason I asked this, there is one way that parents should teach their children. It takes an effort, right? But today is the time of technology and fast. Certain times things come so unnecessary, unavoidable conversation. It's a waste of time. And if kids have the cheat sheet for most common questions, they can stop those kids not talking and question your beliefs or whatever.
Okay.
Then very important thing. Sorry for I have a couple more questions.
Yeah. Can we? I think there are other people. Can we come back to you if time permits? I think.
Okay, sure.
Don't mind.
Okay,
I think let's limit the question to maybe a couple of questions only, and so that everyone.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
This is you don't have to answer this now, but we can all definitely talk about this later. First question I have, this is important to all. Guidance for parents for matrimony. Being a Brahmin, how should we go forward? What should be guidelines, procedures, whether you fall into that, whether you follow that or not. And where I come from, my 25 years back when I got married, views on horoscope matching, astrology before marriage, some guidance on that. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Thanks for the comment. Really good comment. And we are looking forward to having a chapter in Connecticut. So other people who wants to comment question, please raise your hand so we can you can go to
अजय जी पाठक जी कुछ पूछ रहे थे
हाँ सेन जी बोलिए
Ajay ji, first of all, I want to congratulate you and Alka ji and the entire group. It was a most successful virtual convention we had. I enjoyed every bits of this. One point. Second point, hopefully, with God's grace, next year we should meet in person. This is the only 2 points I wanted to make. Thank you all again.
Thank you, Pataji. Anyone else?
I think Arvind ji had some point. Arvind ji, I think you were chatting. You want to unmute yourself?
Hello, good evening, namaskar, sabko. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. First of all, being a long life member since 1997, I'm thrilled to convey my congratulations to BSNA, Dr. Pandey, the past presidents, board members, and BOT as well. It is really a wonderful feeling to see that since 1996, when it took, it was in infancy from New Jersey to Pennsylvania and all of that, and it's growing and it's growing. It is a wonderful feeling that BSN is doing so well. Second thing is I'd like to know is that we did have at one point, I'm from Canada, you can tell perhaps from, I'm not from USA, we used to have chapters in Canada. So I don't even know, nobody has contacted or nobody is doing anything. I just like to know what is the status and what are the plans, if there are any, for Canadian BSNA chapters, because we do have a very large number of Brahmin families in metropolitan Toronto area, Montreal. And being a realtor, I get to know a lot of Sharmas, and Goswamis, and like all the Brahmin families. So I was wondering, are there any plans? Are there any are the thoughts to do anything towards Canadian side to have BSNA revived again? Because we used to have in 97, because in our own home, we used to have meetings as well from BSNA Michigan chapter. So I'm from Michigan chapter, actually. I'm the, I have been to a lot of meetings and functions for those years, but I was a little bit disappointed when my husband, Raman Shardaji, passed away, Mr. Prashar passed away. We did not hear anything. And so sometimes I just feel that we are really focusing on enrolling new members, which is great, but we should not forget people who have been there from the very beginning. My husband, Raman Sharda and Prashar Saab, they have been life members since 1997, and we have been very much fully supportive of BSNA. I put the ads in the BSNA, Brahm Samaj, Brahm Wani. So these are the things I just want to bring out my feelings, because I was a little bit hurt that I was not even made a phone call to show any sympathy or anything, because we were always part of the BSNA Michigan chapter. But I would like to urge that BSNA members that please do not forget the old ones. Yes, enroll new ones. Thank you.
Good. Thanks. Aapka, we see your posting on Michigan chapter. So thank you for coming on here. I think I want to apologize on behalf of BSNA. We missed her husband passing away. So, I think the focus really going forward will be to have a very vibrant chapter, not really just naming people as president, but having a vibrant chapter who are active and members are engaged. So certainly we need your guidance to how to actually do that too. So thanks for your comment.
So I also want to add on that, if you remember, Rajaji, we were discussing about it, that one time we had a convention in Canada. I went there, I remember. So we were discussing, what happened to all those people, and
so
we were trying to revive that.
Yes, Vijayji, let me make a point here, because Dr. Lakshmi Shankar Dubey is Vice President of Canada, BSNA, as we all know. He has been there for a long time. Even before the inception of, I was there in Chobeji 92 summer, he was there. So I don't know where Ms. Sharda is from. Are you from Toronto, Montreal? Where are you from?
No, I'm from Windsor. I'm a border city to Detroit. But we are actually a life member, and we have been under Michigan chapter for BSNA. But then also we had a few people coming to our home. We drove to Toronto. We had Montreal people there. And then, so it was very vibrant at that time. But suddenly, I think I'm not blaming anybody. I think sometimes it happens. People get overwhelmed, and people get sometimes sidetracked because it is another country. So I really felt very kind of defeated. I said, you know what, we want to be part of BSNA, but I cannot go to Michigan all the time, because now that my husband is not there. We used to go all the time, picnics and functions and meetings. Like, we always enjoyed Michigan chapter so much. Actually, to bring everybody's memory back, my daughter and our son-in-law are the production of BSNA. They're the first couple that got married due to BSNAs, that we were there together. We met each other, and my daughter and my son-in-law the families, Prashers and Shardas, we were there. And that really, I feel so blessed that BSNA is the contributor for my daughter and my son-in-law to get married. So Sharda and Prashar family are very indebted to BSNA because we are the first families to get benefit of BSNA, and their picture was on the back of the Brahmavani, and the whole community was like a big, large family. So I feel that void in my heart that what happened to that family anymore? They don't care anymore.
Yes, so I think Shardaji, actually, I just want to reiterate that we are going to reach out to all the members, past members, life members who have been supporting us since 1995. And certainly you are one of those ones.
One more thing, Ajay, our email system, a lot of people have moved away. Sometimes, the email system is not the same, the email they used to have. So we are seeing a lot of bounce back. We're not getting.
Yeah, you're right. But in that case, we need to, now Mrs. Prasha, she's in the hospital. Mr. Prasha is gone. So nobody knows what's going on. So my point, I'm not saying that you have to know everything, every detail of everybody. But sometimes these kind of things can be additional comfort because you belong to a big, large family. BSNA to me, to my husband, he was so fond of it. It was very dear to his heart.
So, let me say that because Ajayji team has arrived this January, past 3 years plus before that, I have been reaching out to many contacts over the phone, not only through email, calling them, trying to contact, I could not get success. So, and I used to send a lot of emails on behalf of BSNA president, and I will see tons of email bouncing back, and I will, delete it. You won't believe it, I was overwhelmed with those kind of emails. So not having a proper contact information is another thing. I know I would encourage, first of all, I feel sorry that, your husband passed away. And also we are so proud of you that you came on board today and, sharing your thought process. And there are people like you who are not in the list, who are the life members, but somehow, they are not getting the proper information because we send out emails regularly. I think a new team is doing, started to do good job, and hopefully he will reconnect, revive a lot of things, and we are here to support them to make it like a vibrant as it used to be.
Okay, great.
I also want to say, Arvindji, we have so many things going on here, so many activities in Michigan, and you are getting all the message, I'm sure, because you're in the group. You're welcome. Anytime if you have transportation problem, we can go and get you. Because
I'm not saying that. I'm on the chat. I always participate. I do give them answer back sometimes because we used to have, my brother is a life member who lives here. My mother is here. We have a very large number of Brahmin families in Windsor itself. So my point right now is that how can I promote somebody to go to BSNA when I myself was a little bit disappointed? So I wanted to bring it to your attention that, yes, it is nobody's fault. It happened, but let's not make it happen again. To that, we should try our best to maintain what we have and also progress in adding more on our group. That's all I'm saying.
Definitely. Thank you, Arvindji, for
I think
saying that.
One thing I just want to add, Anurag Dubey and 2 interns, we are working tirelessly to revive that whole our Brahmkulam. And we are going to reach out everyone. So please be patient. We should be done in, actually another month or so. We should be reaching out to everyone.
Thank you. I would be more than happy to be of any help because I don't want to. I had a choice to just leave BSNA and not to be bothered, but I said no. But this is the time we had a virtual convention, and I registered and I watched the whole thing from the beginning till now. I'm still here, so I do believe in it, and I think this is the best thing everybody's doing, and I applaud everybody's time, volunteerism. At the same time, if anything you need in the Canadian side, I would be more than happy to be part of it.
Good, thank you. The next hand says from Nidhi Sharma. Nidhi ji, you want to comment something? Please go ahead.
You can unmute yourself, Nidhi ji.
Namaste, everyone. So, just few thoughts. I've been attending the whole convention पिछले 3 दिनों से. बहुत अच्छा लगा, बहुत knowledgeable था मेरे लिए. मतलब मैं एक ब्राह्मण फैमिली से बिलोंग करती हूँ, but still I am learning. तो congratulations सबसे पहले पांडे जी आपको for a successful convention, and I am starting our Atlanta chapter and look forward for working hand in hand with everyone. A little about myself. My name is Nidhi Sharma. I am from Atlanta, Georgia. I and my husband, he's Rahul Gautam. We belong to Gautam Brahmins from Uttar Pradesh. I have 3 boys. Oldest is a senior, rising senior at MSU in Lansing, and then the twins. आप लोगों ने काफी लोगों ने उनका दोनों का program देखा होगा dance. It was a funny dance yesterday. Samarth and Sampan Gautam, they are rising sophomores here in Atlanta. Objective of joining BSNA is my self-learning and also to promote Brahmanic values to the kids and as well as bringing the community together. And that's it. I look forward for a successful chapter here in Atlanta.
Yeah, and
Thank you very much.
I just want to add, Nidhi ji is, are you niece of Purushottam ji? Is that right?
He's Didi is
okay,
my.
Okay. So our past president Purushottam Sharma ji, she is related to her, so to him. So thank you, Nidhi ji, for joining, and I'll be in touch with you. I'll guide you how to start the chapter there and how we can make it a vibrant chapter.
Definitely, I'm looking forward to that.
Okay. Thank you. Any other? I don't see any raised hand. Any other
पाठक जी को अजय पाठक जी बुला दीजिए. Tata Sen पाठक जी.
हम बोल चुके भाई. I have already spoken.
शिव पाठक 100 के तो क्या?
Anyone else? I think let's if we have any question, let's take 2 more questions. Otherwise, after we close. Okay. If not,
Ji, you want to say something in the end?
Yeah,
Alka ji and Bhautoshi ji have not.
Yeah, definitely.
They have left now.
Definitely. So thank you for that. So I definitely want to extend thanks and thank our executive council, our BOT members, and other seniors from BSNA for their continued guidance and focus on making this a successful convention. We started our preparation 6 months ago. We really wanted to do this in person, but as we all are coming out of COVID, we finally decided to do a virtual convention instead of not being able to do a convention at all. And it has been a great experience having this participation and this enthusiasm and knowledge sharing coming from so many highly intellectual Brahmins here. So I'm certainly looking forward to our opportunity to do this in person together next time around. And I would like to thank everyone for your participation in this year's virtual convention on behalf of our entire convention team. It's been a great team effort working with Alkaji, Bhautoshi, and rest of the EC team and all members. So thank you so much. And one last point I would mention that going forward, as we looked at the theme for this year's convention, that the relevance of Sanatanic Brahmanic values in modern era, and as we are talking about, bringing in our youth and let them use this as a foundational capability and ability to create life skills. That's how we can create this great integration, and that would itself lead to the growth and sustenance of our BSNA going forward. So I look forward to working with Ajay ji, Sanjay ji, and rest of the team as we continue to expand and grow our BSNA organization, both here in the US as well as globally. Thank you, everyone.
Great, thank you. One other thing I would just that was my part of the presentation. I missed it. Is we are going to decide by the end of this month, August actually, where to hold our 2024 election convention. I think last year we kind of started a little bit late. So I request EC member, all the BOTs, BOT members, and chapter president, please provide your input as where we can hold our 2024 convention, and so that we have enough time for the chapters to prepare. So we'll do that in coming months of August. Yeah, Shukla ji, Keshav ji.
Yeah, I have one announcement here before we adjourn. Dr. Sen Pathak ji has contributed $4,000 for this year to BSNA. So please, long live Pathak ji. Okay. And he has contributed 1,000 to GBC. And he is a contributor since last several years of 5,000 plus. And he has also helped 2 to 3, I think, live members. He paid for their live membership. So we are proud of having such learned, not only learned, but committed members, board members, EC members, and chairman of board and whatever president to this community.
Yeah, I know we are very blessed to have Pathak ji, who is like doing everything, like from financially and education in every way. And I remember seeing him once in the BSNA convention in Houston. I saw him in the pajama kurta, holding the wires, connecting with the speakers and everything. I mean, this is a very humble, ground level person, such a great person. Anyway, long live Dr.
So what will you say? Tan man dhan. So
Tan man dhan, exactly. Tan man dhan.
Exactly. And the same thing Dr. Srikant Mishra ji was doing. So we are blessed.
One more thing I will suggest to Ajay ji or meeting में लोगों में कि every year in person convention in the past, whenever we have done, we have assigned a separate session with Pathak ji with young kids, so that he will present his science and our dharma together. So just in case if I forget, like keep that kind of agenda in the mind, having him interact with the young kids, because that's where he can make a big dent. Yes, thank you.
Urvashi Pathak ji, your raised hand, go ahead.
Namaste, Urvashi ji.
Yeah, namaste everyone, and my hearty thanks to all of you. And it was very, very well organized, and I really enjoyed. And meeting again to everyone, it was really enjoyable. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
So a quick thing, Ajay ji. So for those who don't know, Urvashi Pathak ji is the wife of late Dr. Ved Pathak ji, who was a chapter president of San Diego for 10 years before I came on board. And they used to live in Alabama, I think. She always mentioned that during those days when the email was not there, they both husband and wife will send the letter invitation looking at the yellow book. Any last name with the put the envelope, write a personal note and stick the stamp and send it out to them. So that's how they have been.
We used to search from the directory.
Phone
directory, the paper
yes.
phone directory.
So before they moved to San Diego.
Big packets we used to mail.
Yes. So we have such a dedicated people. Anyway, thank you, Rishi ji.
Thank
Yes,
you.
namaste.
Namaste.
Okay, and Ragni, you see anyone else on?
No, I don't think. I don't see anyone else. Yeah.
I think it's 4 o'clock. We can wrap up now.
So I think Anuragji, if you can, I think stop the YouTube and live recording. I just really want to thank everyone, New Jersey team. Great job, all the volunteers, all the young volunteers, especially all the people we invited, the professional professional performers, and everyone, all the BOTs member. Great job. Thank you very much. And we'll see you certainly in next convention live. And have a good one. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
God bless everybody.
Thank you.
Very good. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Thank you, everyone.
Great.
Thank you.
Anurag, you should be the last one to go.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Waiting.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you. Really a good job.
Yeah, thank you.
I think we should clean up the YouTube a little bit and republish them, right? Because
Yeah,
there are a lot of
absolutely.
maybe so.
And we will also do, now we have got Google approval, we'll have to work on
Oh
that.
yeah, that's actually I forgot to mention that. Actually, that will be good. So going
Yeah,
forward, yeah.
Yeah, that's a big one. We have to do a lot of work there. We need few meetings there. And
Yeah.
the Google approval, we have got it now. So we will do that. I think we have got good amount of homework done. I think in next month or so we can do good work.
Yeah, I think focus on the membership should be kind of cleaning things up, because I think a lot of people are there. They are expecting us to reach them out, and so I think that's key.
Correct. Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
ठीक है तो हम बंद करते हैं.
Bye.
Okay, thank you. Bye bye.